Professor Jordan Worth just hit him with the ads. And we're back at the World Racing League 12 Hours of Charlotte Motor Speedway in beautiful Concord, North Carolina. This is DriversEye Live, the World Racing League. Happy to have everybody's company. Thanks for joining us. JT Tammy is back. Jordan, you're welcome to stay on comms if you don't have to relegate yourself to production.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, but my name wouldn't fit in the thing here. If, 4 names in here.
We can just rearrange everything and get you. It's fine.
But, it's good enough.
All right. Well, you should join us. All
right.
Yeah. In any case, we'll get timing back up here in a minute, but we are approaching the end of hour number 7. There it is. Some shade beginning to envelop the grandstands here.
Look at the shade.
We love shade. Means this camera will be up forever now. He'll have to go change the battery anyway. Oh, the 55 has had a ton of bodywork torn off the front of it. Oh, still missing. This went away earlier, did it? Everything looks very loose. I'm being told that car he's planning to run it till dark, and then they've got to park it because the headlights have been taken out of the car. What happened to that 55? Must have been very early.
Yeah, that's the yellow one that spun, I think, exiting turn 2. Hit the wall, driver's left, had to go on a flatbed.
Yeah, that's right. Just a spin exit. That's right. Good call, JT. Thank you.
That may be why the headlight's not working.
I think that's why the whole front end is gone. You have it up? Trying to get a pit lane camera up. DT, are you sitting in front of a fan by chance?
Not anymore. Sorry, that's left on from the race.
I got you. How'd that go?
A bit miserable. It was 61 laps at Watkins Glen in the rain.
In what?
Multi-class. I was in a Aston GT3.
Oh.
It was fine. It's just the car wasn't really comfortable, and I made a bad strategy call, so.
Not my call either, huh?
Yeah, it's been a day of bad strategy calls, unfortunately.
I did enough to protect, but not enough to attack.
But most of them. It's okay. We've already, yeah.
Looks like that PC racing car is back in the pits. I don't know how long it's been there. Its last lap time was 11 minutes 26, so I guess they only did 1 lap and figured that the issue wasn't fixed. They've come back in, and I think it's probably been a good 15-20 minutes since they've been in there.
Yeah.
Jordan, if you're interested, we could get an extra input up with port 2011.
I am absolutely interested.
Yeah, I think it'll get us something of a very rudimentary pit lane camera from up here. It's Greg Ginsberg's spare phone. We can just do a little pan and zoom.
We finally have a man cam.
That's not true. Jordan was the first to bring man cameras to DriversEye Live.
Oh, in 2018? Or
No.
2017?
Did you do a man camera?
Oh, we did pit lane.
Oh, that's true. But that's different because I've done that too.
I was on the other side of the wall, thank you.
That's fair.
What was the port again?
It was 2011.
2011.
Yeah. Oh, we're doing actual pans here. This is amazing. I was just going to have you pointed at the cars in the pit lane and you zoom in.
The 30.0 on the last lap from the NFC Motorsports car. And
It's going quickly.
They're within 22 seconds of an 89X at this point.
Yeah, who is, well, almost onto the overall podium. That Stratus car, the 59, is not at full pace.
I was going to say, yeah, it's come out of the pits.
It has, and it's lost 6 laps. Well, it lost 4 laps. It's now 6 full laps off the overall lead. And class lead, therefore. But also,
Yeah,
its last lap was a 37.
Topping out at 110 miles an hour or so. Actually, that might be normal for an NBA1. I'm not sure. It's got an alarm center on the onboard. And
Fuel
it says
pressure
fuel
low.
pressure low.
Not anymore.
Oh, well, the throttle percentage. The driver's only carrying 50% throttle, so yeah.
I don't know what's going on there.
But not pitting. Actually, the leader's right behind them.
Yeah, letting the team car through.
There it goes. Yeah, the driver's not going beyond 50% throttle, which is very low.
A lot of coasting as well.
Goes into the abyss of the infield here on the track map.
Yeah, it seems like whenever they carry more than 50% throttle, the fuel pressure alarm comes on.
That's even less than that.
Yeah, less than that even.
Yeah, okay. Now we're full throttle.
Yeah,
No,
give it a
now
go.
we're not. There goes the alarms off. Nope. Like that. This is a very odd one. I've never seen anything like this. We obviously don't normally get access to the alarm center as well. It seems to be accelerating reasonably well. Any thoughts? You're with us in the chat. Any thoughts on what would be causing a car to go into a fuel pressure alarm mode while running above a certain throttle percentage? I can see below.
So if you look at it, if you compare it to the green car's telemetry, the fuel pressure stays at 3.94 for all the time. Whereas with this car, when they lift off the, well, not when they lift off the throttle. I've got to look at my other screen now. Yeah, when they're on the throttle, it drops down below 2. That's fine when they're off throttle, and then when they put the throttle, when they apply throttle, it drops way down. And it seems like the more throttle, the lower it goes.
So that's just a fuel pump issue then.
Well, yeah, it's a fuel pump issue that can't deal with throttle, so I guess fuel's being sucked out quicker than it can pump it. When you apply throttle, which kind of makes sense. They're still just going to go around, apparently.
Could be a fuel filter, according to Google. Or insufficient fuel pump capacity. I have lots of questions.
Well, it's unlikely to be the capacity because it's the same pump they've been using in the race.
Yeah, I mean, unless something is failing there, which
Sure. Well, yeah, I mean, it's likely to be a fuel pump issue. Are we going to keep going around, or are we going to come in the pits?
We're coming in.
They're coming in. Bringing it in.
Just as the 29 is back.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
I was in the act of texting David McKee to ask if that car was going to come back out or not.
They
It's impeccable
didn't
timing.
flip the camera.
Yeah, I had to
over.
flip the camera back, but you know.
Oh, man.
Let us know what he says.
This is the most DriverSeye live thing.
I love the upside down rear view camera in the bottom left.
Astounding work.
Maybe that's for our Australian viewers.
Sure. Yeah.
Justin Marks, yeah.
The demographic, how many do we have?
Jason Mark.
Jason Marks.
gap between second and third in GTO down, which we're looking at now, down to 19 seconds. This is second place, the Aston Martin. Screaming Goat Racing 29 only has to do 3 more laps to overtake PC Racing in GP1. For what it's worth.
Yeah, so that is all because those cars came into the pit lane at the same time.
Oh, did they?
Yes, into the paddock. It was, so the 392 was in the pit lane with problem. I don't remember exactly what ended up becoming of that, but as they were in the pit lane, having slowed somewhat out on track, the 44 came into the pit lane and sat there for a minute and then pulled it, I think it was pushed into the paddock actually. And as that car was being pushed into the paddock, the 29 came in and drove it basically straight back. All within something like a couple of minutes of each other, over a 3 or 4 minute span. So it makes sense that they would be there together, but I think I've seen the PC car more recently than I've seen the 20.
I was going to say the PC car came in twice in a row.
Yeah.
Did an 11-minute stint in the pits, and then they've been in the pits since then. Whereas Screaming Goat, I think, has been in and out quite a few times. Stratus is now down to 5th overall, so we've got the top 3 GTO cars up to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th overall. The gap from 2nd to 3rd in class, so 89X and NFC, is down to 16.9 seconds.
What was the issue the 60 car had?
Who's the 60?
So that's the one that had the contacts with 843 when
Yes.
843 had a mechanical failure.
Oh, sorry, yes, Stratus.
Oh, is that what
happened?
happened?
Yeah,
That's what's
we
listed
saw
in the
that.
log.
No, we saw that. That was they ended up in the wall on the outside of turn
Yes,
5
but
and 6.
what it's saying is that the contact was incidental because the 833 had a mechanical failure.
Right.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, I didn't know that.
yeah,
That's-
no, I remember seeing that, and I'm curious what that means, because the contact was as the Stratus car was going down the inside, it was with the outside rear tire right
Correct.
here on the track.
Right, and
Which-
we had surmised that it was due to the 60 tracking out too far or too early.
It's kind of what it looked like. So unless the other car was in like the process of spinning because they had a tire failure or something,
Yep.
I can't imagine very much of a mechanical issue that would cause them to hit them in that way. When I could totally easily
exactly
just,
that moment.
yeah, and I could, when from the onboard, you could totally easily just justify it as the Stratus car tracking out into them. So yeah, I'd love to see that from the outside, to try and figure out what the hell happened. But yeah, we'll take race control of their word on that one. But yeah, we still haven't located that car since, have we?
Not the 843, which is why I'm wondering if the mechanical failure. It would make sense, I guess, that it preceded the incident.
Yeah, it would be a reason for them to be stranded.
Would it explain why that car disappeared from the environment?
Nothing explains that.
Just poof on. Yeah, I can't figure that one out. 522 has been pushed into the garage once again. Really, Greg? It's better than being there? You're right here. And you can see it on the Jumbotron. With the top and bottom 10% of the screen missing. Kingpin back out. Oh, the 59's been in as well. Is in. With the rear body worn off. So,
Yeah, that's the car that's been sat there for a while.
yes. Well, it's the car that had the fuel pressure issue
Oh, sorry.
that has
Yeah.
ducked back in. Yeah.
Yes, they had the bodywork off previously. Forgot that they'd been back out since. Yeah, that sounds very similar to what we saw before.
tell you what, sat up here in the booth looking out towards the oval turns 3 and 4, it feels a bit like those cars are going very, very slowly around the banking. And then you walk around the top of the banking with cars coming at you at speed, and all of a sudden, 110, 120 miles an hour feels like got some pace.
Yeah, it's something about ovals. They take all the speed out of the until you get up close.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's being on the inside of corners as well. I always thought that about the kart week at Daytona. The karts that run around on the full banking. Yeah. It looks like they're going so slow they'd fall off. But
yeah, and then
I know they're not.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying. The 59 is being pushed backwards into the paddock. The 95 is returning to the track.
Oh, they've seen Stratus 59 in the pits, and they're like, yes.
This is our moment.
Second.
Yeah, podium.
This moment is a stretch. It's they are 100 laps behind. No, not 100.
80.
70.
80.
225.
Behind the 59, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant to the leader. Yeah,
No,
hour and 12 minutes was the last lap. That was preceded by a 14-minute lap and a 20-minute lap as well.
Yes.
I wonder if this is try the next fix.
But
and
it
see
is
if it doesn't.
5 p.m. on the eastern seaboard, which means we have 7 hours to go.
We're getting there.
Plenty of time to overhaul that 59 if it doesn't get moving again.
Shouts to the eastern seaboard. I don't hear that phrase that much anymore.
Don't watch enough pods.
Triple three just cut the chicane on the back straight. I'm sorry, I don't watch enough. What, Scott?
That would be of the broadcasting service, Jordan.
Oh, sure. Yeah, big eastern seaboard fan.
Any seaboard, I think. But
I feel like the eastern kind of owns the seaboard concept linguistically, you know?
I'm a big fan of the mountain seaboard, personally.
No, but nobody says Pacific seaboard or western seaboard.
I feel like Pacific is reasonably... Well, there's just more stuff and more people in the east. You just talk about that in general.
Wow, those are fighting words. You're going to hear it now.
I think that's facts, isn't it?
I mean, I'm sure it is. But
more populated.
People love the West Coast. So.
Fine.
Well,
I'm not saying
it is better. It's just not as populated.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying anything about
stuff.
There is.
Subjective.
There's more to do.
There's more stuff. Yeah, none of that stuff is good necessarily, but well,
that's fair.
I was making no claims about that stuff being any good. It's
Does
just
the UK
there's
have
more.
seaboards?
The UK is a seaboard. It's an island.
Yeah, but do you refer to the western portion of the West Seaboard? Wait,
No,
Wales.
we use the word coast.
Yeah, sure. Seaboard. Huh. Anyway.
2.9 seconds between the 89X Aston Martin and the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. I wonder if we can...
Yeah. Quicker that lap.
In fact, I think we have found it.
That's
wow.
it?
NFC is getting absolutely destroyed by traffic into that last chicane.
Yeah, this will last for...
I don't know if that's an optical illusion, but that really looked like a cut chicane.
It is an optical illusion because of how
how rubbered in it is.
Well, yeah, and how the AstroTurf meets the track.
Oh, the whatever is that the Mustang? It was giving him absolutely no space on the inside of turn 2 there. It is one of the Mustangs.
Yep. That's the FPRS car.
Notable that the 89X is not pulling away from this traffic though, so this isn't really holding.
Yeah, well, it's all GTO cars.
Yeah, true.
A9X leads Kingpin, leads the FPRS car, and then NFC. Actually, I think the 89X is holding up the Kingpin. Oh man, check that out. Holding up the Kingpin car at the moment. And now draws away just on the straights. 11's going to throw it into the chicane. And pass done. Same with NFC on the Ford Performance Mustang. We ever get the Bruce Innovations on board up? Get us one of those.
Green BMW.
But our TMP leg. I got you here.
Green BMW just in the way at this point. Big flashy lights. NFC not having the luck in traffic over the last couple of laps, but I think this pass is pretty inevitable anyway.
It's tough to get passes done in traffic here. It's even tougher to get them done on cars in your same category. The performance differential on these short straights and very short braking zones just isn't high enough. You can send it into the braking zones if you need to, but that's, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of
risk
corners.
really ratchets up there.
There's a lot of corners on this track where you can't follow another car through as well. Like obviously the two chicanes. Turn 1's a very short corner, and turn 2 afterwards you have to absolutely know the car that you're passing is aware of you. Otherwise, you're going to have a massive crash.
I think I was going to say, I think the 123 is going to box in the 89 behind the number 40 MX-5 that did not come to pass. 89X is good straight line speed here. Really good acceleration up through third and fourth gear. They're going to come up on the Liberty Autosport Catastang and 3 wide cross start finish.
Yeah, that was a moment where the 89X really didn't time it well.
Yeah.
You kind of got to anticipate a car that's going to be that much slower than you in a corner and try and time a run off the corner rather than letting them kill all your momentum so the car behind can fly past you in the next straight. But like we were saying, that pass was pretty inevitable anyway. But we now have the 123 after dropping 2 laps due to a contact penalty, has finally overcome one of the positions lost with that penalty, but still scored 2 laps down on GTR 99.
And that's been the same margin now since the penalty. But it's been under 2 laps at various times. It's been well above it there.
And they're really not that much better on fuel either. They've pitted 15 laps or so more recently than GTR 99.
Yeah, so I could have sworn that the 89X was in... Yeah, they did a short stint. So there was after the last code 35 we had, believe it or not, at lap 110, that car was in under code 35. It was back in again at lap 138, and then back in again at 163. So 25 laps. So that short stint also corresponded with a tick up in pace. If that's heat related. An interesting thought there. So that's how it got that far offset. I thought it was in a slightly better position, if anything, on fuel. Pitting earlier and then, well, I say better, that it was spending most of its stint on equivalent pit stops, but it actually had 1 or 2 fairly short stints in there. Slow car on the banking at turn 2. What car is that?
Give me a color.
White and red and black.
White, red, and black.
Oh, it's a
That
Chattanooga
could be-
car. It's Chattanooga.
Yes, an E36.
Yep.
Oh wow! The
Which
leader
Be a big
almost
bummer.
took out a Latz BMW in the previous corner. Just tried to put the nose in at turn 5, and the car just had no idea they were there.
This 369 is quite slow now on the apron. I think it'll make it home because it does appear to be underpowered, but something is not well with that car. Same goes for the 95, the Dawn Motorsports Depico NP01 in GTU. That car now makes its way back into the pit lane at a much reduced pace. Meanwhile, the 333 cuts the last chicane.
Well, Dawn made up 4 laps of the deficit to the 59 car, which, by the way, is in the garage now.
Yeah. 95 has come back to the attention of the crew. I'm hearing flat tire out of one of the radios up here in the booth, and I'm not sure if that is referring to the NPO1 or to that Chattanooga Tourenwagen BMW. Oh, it's referring to the Chattanooga car.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd be surprised if the MPO1 came out of this and in 4 laps got a puncture.
Yeah, it'd be
more likely a recurrence of the issue that put them in the garage to begin with.
Hood's going up on the 369, which is not really flat tire.
It's good to just see what's going on down there.
No, I think you just pulled the dipstick out. Is that what we're doing? It could be just a,
Better than
preventative
check.
maintenance. Yeah.
Instead of just, oh man, oh well.
Somebody who I saw down near the Bank of America Bridge earlier in a Chattanooga Tourenwagen shirt has just... Have to say, in the heat and I think inarguably the toughest part of this race, we've been really quite clean. And I know traffic density will have a little bit to do with that, but it's been a pretty straightforward afternoon. Short stints earlier were due to tires after the left rear went, the right rear went. That's right. I did forget that 89 had issues with tires earlier. Swapped all 4 for the 89X. Thank you, Concord. 512.
Got the green cars running around here again. Seems to happen regularly.
'99 is into the pit lane. GTO class leader. That should be on schedule.
Yeah.
Last in at 196.
That's about a 41, 42 lap stint.
It is... Stand by.
First Innovations has gone salmon. Are they in this as well?
That was a 41 lap stop. Sorry, a 41 lap stint. Bruce Innovations last in at 9 laps. I'm sorry, laps until pit is 9, and they are now stationary with the hood up as well.
And they've just lost position to FPRS Motorsports.
Just as soon as I got Jordan the link for the onboard camera.
That's FPRS Motorsports up to 4th in GTO.
Yeah.
Bruce Innovations down to 5th. And that is the last competitive running car in GTO. So we could be down to 4 GTO cars.
I think it has been for some time, Scott. I think you made mention of that earlier.
Yeah. The All-Star Racing car. Actually, that was quite right. That car punted Chattanooga, actually, in the back straight chicane and hasn't... I don't think it's come out of it since. Had some fairly significant right front damage.
For those of you watching along at home, first off, thanks for being with us. Second, we're struggling to keep the cameras up out at the chicane at the moment. The clouds have very much dissipated from around the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we're just bathed in sunlight at the moment. So I'll make a round around 7 o'clock and go set them back or get them back up. But until we take a little bit of energy out of the atmosphere here, we're going to be in trouble.
So how was the weather forecast changed?
Yeah, so it wasn't supposed to be quite this hot, and it was supposed to be considerably closer to overcast. Was this the latest forecast this morning?
Mhm.
Ooh, late call to the pits here for 3 Fast Guys and Denny. I think the forecast high was 90, maybe creeping up to 91, depending on where you looked. And it was supposed to be, partly cloudy in the morning and then mostly cloudy through the afternoon. That has not been the case. The high gradually ticked up to 95. And within the last 2 hours or so, I'd say that the sun is just, the clouds have given way to almost exclusively sun. Not quite what we were expecting. The good news is the way the track is oriented here, on the start-finish line, we're facing west. I'm sorry, nope. We're facing east. So the sun gets behind us in the afternoon, and most of the grandstands here are actually coated in shade. So these cameras should stay up generally through the rest of the afternoon. It's just getting to a point where it's not. I mean, the real feel is 106 while I was out there. So if we can get that down a couple, I'd say maybe 12 degrees around 6 o'clock or so, we can go back and set the last cameras up for good down around the bus stop. That's the goal anyway.
It's interesting. You mentioned that we've been running relatively clean recently.
Yeah.
That said, we're actually not a million miles away from getting a GP3 car in the top 5.
I think.
So we've had quite a lot of attrition.
Yes, when I say clean, I'm referring to incident specifically.
All right. Well, the temperature is going to cause car problems, and we're certainly seeing some of them. Although Chattanooga apparently left the pits.
I see 3 Fast Guys and Denny. I do a lap with my eyes.
They were
Should be right in front of him.
Front.
Them here, is that Harrison? Nope, it's Harrison into the front straight chicane. Oh, well, they're at the backstretch chicane and they've just completely
Chat T-Wagon.
got T-Wagon.
M shaft. Version 3.69.
What's going on there?
I'm just reading Race Hero.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Never really got to the bottom of the version numbers there.
V3.69.
Yeah, we went up from V2.0 to V3.69. So I don't know if we're just doing multiples of 3 there, or like what the story is. Greg is struggling mightily with charging cables at the moment. Not really sure what's going on.
I don't remember 2.0. I've just always remembered
The
3.69.
2.0. No, 2.0 was the car that had the accident at Sebring. By that point, It was already 2.0. Version 3 was this car that was rebuilt after a new car after the 2022 Sebring incident.
Having left the pits to get 4 laps of the 70 odd they need on class 59, the 95 has lost one of them.
Oh no!
6 guys over the wall.
4 steps forward, 1 step back.
Exactly. Only 67 to go.
Do we have that Bruce on board, Jordan? Were we able to get that? Oh, couldn't get it to work. That's weird. Oh, no, it's just a black screen at the moment. Disregard. We'll forget it. Oh, now it's offline completely.
Belay that.
Shut it down.
Trouble.
You have no idea how many times we heard Jordan say trouble last weekend. It was constant. Like, It was on a soundboard.
What
Did you
was
see
it?
any?
What was it last weekend again?
It was the end of the SCCA Super Tour up at the June Sprints at Road America. And Saturday, Greg, we had about 2 inches of rain on Saturday? Inch and a half, 2 inches of rain through the day on Saturday. It was not good. Yeah, no lightning, but boy howdy, did we get some rain.
Boy, howdy.
You ever just say that?
No, not
No.
once.
Somehow that doesn't.
Could
surprise me.
you imagine?
I've never said that in my life.
You're asking the guy that speaks proper English if he's ever said, boy howdy.
Scott actually speaks 2 versions of English. Wow, he used to speak the Queen's English. Now he speaks the King's English.
Oh, I see.
Is that how that works? Did I do that right?
They're the same thing.
Oh, that's weird. What a dumb thing.
I assume they're the same thing.
You would have to, yeah.
Just like how the national anthem doesn't change, but it does change.
No, what are you talking about? They replaced a whole word.
Ever thought about how it's never the United Queendom?
No, you know what? I haven't, but I have now,
I hadn't.
and
either.
I might not stop thinking about it. To be honest with you.
Well, there's no need to, because we're not going to have a queen probably
It's not
for our
relevant at the
entire
moment.
life. Yeah, for our entire lifetimes, I doubt we'll have a queen.
Can
again, so.
can we rewrite history to have it referred to the United Queendom?
Well, no, because you would always refer to it now as the United Kingdom.
Oh, it changes forever.
I think so. Yeah.
It was never the United
like it-
Queendom.
You don't talk about the next El Cal, do you? It's always the.
Oh,
Actually,
do you not talk about the next Cup?
Yeah, but you're not supposed to, are you? You're supposed to adopt whatever the current sponsor
I
is.
think about the Nextel Cup all the time.
No, I don't think that's true.
Is that not true?
So, would you not say that, I don't know, Bill Elliott is a NASCAR Winston Cup Series champion?
No, I would say he's a Cup Series champion, but I think that's because there is no sponsor right now.
Yeah,
The
I
way
think
it is now, it sounds okay. Since
Yeah, I
it's just
I
Cup
don't
Series.
I don't like corporate branding all over it anyway. So yeah, I'd be fine with that. But you do always say the Busch Series champ.
that's true.
Jeff Green, the Busch Series champ.
Jordan, is your
Or
mic
any
open? Is your
other
mic
Busch
open,
Series
Jordan?
champs.
Okay, good.
Other Busch Series champs are available. but
No,
yeah.
No,
Scott Wimmer, right?
he was
He's
not,
not
a
a
Busch
Busch
Series
Series
Was he not?
champion, no.
Oh, was there a year where he should have won?
He won like 4 races at the end of his season. 2002, he won like 3 of the last 5 races, but he was so far back in the points it didn't really matter.
Right. I think that Motors TV didn't have the rights. Nobody in the UK really had the rights to the Cup Series, but Motors TV had the Busch Series. So that period where like Wimmer and Riggs and Biffle were coming through, I
Jason
watched. I watched a lot of those.
Forgot about
races.
Jason Keller.
Tim Fedowa.
Yep.
Tim Fedowa. Was he the guy who got hit in the driver's door at Nazareth, or was that Pardis?
No, that was Jeff
It
Purvis.
was Dan
yeah.
Purvis. Purvis.
Yeah, Jeff Purvis.
Dan Purvis.
I ever think about Nazareth School.
All the time. Yeah, like Haley. I live
is that the one
8 minutes from it.
That's the one with like 5 corners, right?
No, it's got 3.
Oh, okay.
Hashtag what turn 4.
Well, it's Pocono.
It is, yeah. No, Nazareth had 1, and then 2 was like the really long corner, very flat, and then 3 was sharper but banked.
It was a flat track that Champ Car went on and was really weirdly shaped though, right?
Yeah, it's a triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
odd triangle.
Yeah, not a weird triangle.
Yeah. I don't know what.
I think I raced it on IndyCar Racing too.
Yeah. I'm Paul Page from Papyrus. This. I miss Nazareth.
I think it was my favorite track on that game.
Do you realize how active the modding community for IndyCar 2 still is?
Still is?
Yeah.
No.
It's pretty remarkable.
you know you can play it on the browser?
Is that right?
Yeah, I posted the link in another Discord a while ago. There's a page that has like Grand Prix 2, Grand Prix 1, IndyCar Racing 1, 2.
GP2. Another great modding community. GP2, GP3, GP4.
I actually think Nazareth is my favorite track on the kart mod for GP3. I think that's what I'm remembering.
Oh, sure.
I didn't play a huge amount of IndyCar 2.
Would you like to see the chicane from that 2007 race you were talking about?
Yes. Well,
Just a picture of it.
yeah, there we go.
Oh wow, that is atrocious.
That was the
Yeah,
chicane.
so you
Where
go
do you
to the
even go?
right side of the tires on the way in, and the left side of the orange tires on the way out.
The white is your the white tires
Is-
on Apex.
Yeah, on the driver's left, and then your orange tires are on driver's right. The apex speeds are like 26 miles an hour or something.
I know
was
you've seen it, but Jordan, have you seen the 1994 Spanish Grand Prix tire chicane?
No, I have not.
This is so much worse.
It is, but it's also NASCAR versus Formula One. Look, the Spanish Grand Prix one is really dangerous. There were like six tires stacked on top of each other. If you crashed into it, you'd probably when you had the stack fall on you, it'd be pretty
Get
dangerous.
married.
Yeah, it was the race after Senna, so they were suddenly like, oh, we can't have fast corners anymore. So they just put a chicane in front of a random corner.
But that was before they straightened out the run to La Caixa or whatever the name of that corner is. Right down that back straight, they still had that goofy.
True.
They
Yeah.
put a chicane in front of an S bend.
You mean the tire chicane? The tire chicane was between turn 3 and 4,
No,
I think.
I think it was between 9 and 10. Well, what is now 9 and 10? So you climb the hill. There's that 90-degree right-hander now. It used to be that you would go like a 60-degree right-hander, and then there would be a little S-bend that took you onto what is now that straight. And I think that tire chicane was in front of the S-bend because the S-bend had no runoff.
Oh, you might be right.
Yeah. I mean, losing Senna was obviously a tragedy, but it was golden era in terrible track design with those chicanes.
You were going to say something much worse.
No. No, like if you go back through okay, let's not overreact, but let's react to racing tragedies, right? Okay, how are we going to solve this without really understanding everything that's at play here? The restrictor plates at New Hampshire was one of them. And I think the tire chicanes that any of the temporary chicanes that came out of the post-Senna era until tracks were redesigned with proper runoff or proper shapes were...
I'd forgotten about the Eau Rouge chicane as well.
Yeah, 94. The 701 is into the paddock, and it's trailing what appears to be either tape or like advertising banner off the right front corner of the car. I don't see any contact. I'd say it's taken any graphics with it. Definitely trailing something along. So we had the Eau Rouge chicane, we had the Spanish Grand Prix chicane, we had the Montreal chicane.
And that actually survived like 2 years, didn't it?
It did because they hadn't straightened out that back straight yet. It was still all those wild S's up and over the top of hills. So they had that in place until they straightened out the back, that last sector.
The Eau Rouge one is incredible. They got away with that. Just killing that corner.
Yeah, I mean, situations like that do weird things to people in decision making and taking. Like now, you'd say it's sacrilege, but I also think there's probably a world in the future where we don't have a Rouge as we have it now anymore.
Considering that about 8 years before that, Beloff died at that corner and they did nothing.
Yeah, but Beloff wasn't Senna.
Yeah, well, exactly.
And WSC wasn't Formula One.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, yeah.
No comment on driver talent there, just in terms of like visibility.
Yeah,
for
of
everything.
course.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there were plenty of arguments to say Beloff was as good as Senna. Just didn't-
Yeah, for sure, right? Yeah, and that's why I said no comment on anything like that, because I don't, we never got to find out. But you're right. There was no really major reaction to stuff like that until the Senate thing happened. Got all those wild chicanes. Although Imola had a few of its own that really didn't make any sense before the Senate Act. Like the one at the bottom of Acorn Manor Valley was just terrible. '89 ping for track limits at the backstretch chicane. Chattanooga, for all its troubles earlier, still maintains a 14-lap lead in GP2.
Yeah,
and is still ahead of the GP3 leader, as a matter of fact.
When they had that problem 15 minutes ago or so, it was a 17-lap lead, so they did not lose a lot of time.
Yeah. The 392 of Harrison Motorsports also has cycled through to the GP1 lead as a result of problems for basically everybody.
Yeah, and I want to keep an eye on that, on their pace. They are running consistently in the 37s or so. 36s, 37s,
yeah.
whereas the 63 is noticeably slower.
Yeah, do we think that's just happened as a result of pace? For the 392?
I think the 392 has just been like that for most of the day. At least when I left, they were running consistently quick. And for the most part, I haven't really seen any slow stints. I mean, the worst I've seen is a consistent 40, 1 minute 40 earlier, but it's been a long time since they've been doing that.
Race leader is in, by the way, number 60. Not of any immediate consequence that pit stop for the 60 because GTU, actually the last car running in GTU, is it not?
Yes.
At least for the moment.
We have to have quite a loose definition of the word running with GTU.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Dawn has been in and out recently, and obviously the 59 has been in and out, but not that recently. But yes, the 60 is the last one that's running trouble-free.
Shelley Leal in the YouTube chat. Queendom is right up there with Boy Howdy. Not to throw it back to Queendom, but...
in what way?
In terms of just awful phrases.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I wasn't... I wasn't being serious. But it does... Yeah, it is interesting. The Queen can be in charge of things.
Yeah. Good shots from the first 6 hours from B-Rye, who I assume has taken respite from the heat. Shouts to our quarter marshals, by the way. It's warm. It's sunny. It's a really long day. I think I'm right in saying everybody who's out there is out there all day. There's no... I think we have maybe some rotational staff to break in, but that's just about it.
Yeah, and they're not exactly wearing the most breathable outfits. NFC Motorsports continues to chip away at the lead from a GTR, a couple seconds a lap. Relatively consistent too.
Gentlemen,
Sir.
I have great news. We have a guest.
Rain? Oh,
No, we have a guest.
all
And
right.
His name is Cade McKee, who joins us from, still in the fire suit, by the way, from the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 BMW LS powered. Cade, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
Tough sell with the air conditioning, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, first and foremost, I know we covered this yesterday afternoon or yesterday morning over on the bridge, but we now have 3 of the competitors from the Majors 24 split 2.
Yes.
Something over a union at the moment here on DriversEye Live. So, anyway, that covers all that. You guys have had a day. The car's out there, but there was a long period of time where it wasn't. I texted David to ask for some updates, but I didn't get an answer, so I'll let you take care of that.
Hey, don't listen. Don't take it bad. He doesn't give you an answer much.
Oh, okay, good.
No, so right before I got back in the car, when Brandon, our other driver, was in the car, he started to feel a vibration in the right rear once we got up to higher speeds around the ovals and the bankings. And so that's why we pit and did the tire change, if you remember. We thought it was just like the tires were either cording or something was wrong, flat spotting. So we did the tire changes. I got back in the car and went back out. And we thought it was fixed because we didn't notice the vibrations anymore. Yeah. We kept going, and they started. It started back up, and they got worse and worse and worse. And along with that, also I don't know if you've talked to any other drivers here right now, but the heat right now is also it's so hot that it's breaking the chill out boxes. They're blowing fuses, and they're overheating and shutting off. So we
did not hear that.
So my chill out wasn't working in that stint, so I was sitting there baking, almost, barely able to think, so hot. So
that's unbelievable. Now, we hadn't heard that. So what was the issue then? The tire change didn't solve anything.
So after it was the super hot, I had to come in, and the car was vibrating like crazy. So we came in, we took it to the garage, lifted it up. It took a couple of minutes to diagnose it, but it was we realized it was the diff. One of the sides of the diff was loose and vibrating, and we think it was just getting worse and worse. So they brought out the spare diff we carry, which is actually the Daytona rear gear ratio. So right now we're actually only using third and fourth.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, and they decided to swap the diff, and they got it done in under an hour and a half.
That's pretty good.
Yes. And I mean, the car's turning really fast lap times from what I've heard. So
yeah, we've been kind of following along here. You guys are back into the top 5 in class, 57 laps down, but everybody in GP1, bar the 63 and the 64, have had some type of trouble. Even the 392.
Yes, we've noticed that. That was something pretty interesting. That it just, I don't know if that's just because we were down there talking with someone. I don't know if that's just the heat, or the particular track, or just somehow bad luck that all of us have ended up in the garage. But it was funny, at one point there was like all 4 of the top 4 that were originally leading
at the same time
in the garage.
We saw, I mean, you guys went into the garage at the same time. You guys got pushed in there.
It was funny.
392 was in, 44.
Yes, we went into the garage as the choices came out of the garage.
Yes.
And then at one point during our car just left the garages, the choices came into the garage. So.
Yeah. So you had mentioned to me just before you popped the headset on that it was so hot in the car that you were having to think about what the next thing you had to do.
Yes, it gets that. It gets to that point where it's like your mental focus is draining because it's so hot that you can't think about anything else. And in my case, I also get a little cranky sometimes. So you're having to think about everything you do, braking, turning in, shifting, even just heel and toeing. You have to think about it, and it's when you get to that point, it gets draining. Every lap feels like it's 3 or 5 minutes long. So it's one of those things I also think is pretty unique to endurance racing, and specifically amateur endurance racing now, because the higher level cars now have the full AC systems and stuff, and the drivers are. I'm not going to say it's not hot in the car, but they're not having to battle that nearly as much.
Sure, we were on board. In some ways, it was a slightly comical moment with the 522 choice racing car coming around the banking. There was nobody in front of it. Slow car up on the exit of the chicane. I think that's the AOA MX-5.
Yeah, but it seems to be going.
Yeah, it's picking pace back up now. We're on board with the car coming around NASCAR 3 and 4, and it came around the front straight. never turned into the chicane. Just flat out all the way through the quad oval here, and then sailed off down into turn 1, braked, and carried on like normal.
You just wanted to pretend he was a NASCAR driver.
Right. So, like, I had a moment there where I was like, oh, well, what was all that? We happened to catch it live, and you heard it just zip across start finish in not top gear, but close to it. And then we realized, well, wait a minute, actually, like, it's really hot.
Yes.
And there's every chance that, well, the way I put it was basically you can't get into a rhythm.
Yes.
Right? You are so distracted by how uncomfortable and how hot you are that all you have time to think about is keeping yourself cool and making sure that you're not losing consciousness, but like
Yes.
in
You have
a
to
bad
focus.
way mentally.
Yes.
And so you are focused so much on things outside of the cockpit or outside of what you would normally
Think about
concentrate
driving.
on, right? That your every next move is focused on and pre-planned, rather than just cruising, which is not a great way to run an endurance race, I'm sure.
Exactly, yeah. And I will say there, though, there's a funny joke between us, the drivers of the car, because we noticed, well, there's no walls there, and there is a gap in the wall there. The joke was, well, somebody's got to just go for the full oval lap and get the experience to pretend they're
Just send it.
Yeah.
Be great for the cooling.
Yes,
Do
exactly.
a lap at 130 or so. Yeah, no problem. So what's the experience been like running your Screaming Goat number 29 in GP1 this weekend?
Again, yeah, back to GP1 for us.
Sure, yeah.
It's been pretty interesting. I mean, really for us, the main reasons we wanted to come back down for GP1 for this race and the potentially races in the future was we really like the spec tire rule. And you've been following our struggles with the reliability in this car, and we thought, well, going to the spec tire, going off the Yokohamas, losing a lot of grip should help with that, and we're also just driving the car slower. That'll help reliability in that. So that was one of the thoughts there. That was the thoughts there of going back down to GP1, and I quite liked it. I mean, obviously I wish there was more cars in the class, but I also wish there was a lot more cars here in general.
Yeah.
So that's not been the biggest deal. It's also we're friends with both Peter and the Choices,
Of course.
and so it's been nice to be able to go race them again instead of just racing around them and conversing with them.
I've gotten the sense over the last, let's say, 6 months, 8 months, something like that, that there was this big arms race in GTO. Everybody had to go get a GT4 car, right? A second-gen GT4 car. And then the Supers came out, and everybody's like, well, I'm going to go get, a third-gen car, get a Super, get a Mercedes, get the new Aston Martins, whatever, right? It's got to have the latest electronics. And it seemed like as that started happening, there was this kind of renewed interest that you guys were a big part of at Screaming Goat to do something different.
Yes.
Right? And make, not that WRL has to be a builder's series, a car builder series, but it is a part of what makes WRL what it is the ability to build out a concept and make a car go fast the way that you want. And it seems like as time has gone on, it's trended away from being, let's go build a big, fast GTO car in our garage to, hey, let's do something cool in GP1 or GP2 in our garage.
Yeah. We noticed that too. And WRL has also noticed that too. And we talk with them a lot on certain things. And they want more home-built cars. They want home-built cars to be able to compete with GT4 cars. And so it's something that we're having active dialogues with them to be able to, in some ways, with whether that's making a class that's like a GPO that doesn't let the GT4 cars in, but it lets like the similar powers, or some other, or maybe a spec tire in there in the future or something like that would allow teams with smaller budgets or teams that are building their own cars to go out and be able to compete with the GT4 cars. Our problem hasn't always, it's not been pace with the GT4 cars. We've been able to keep up with the GT4 cars.
In some cases, go more quickly than the GT4 cars,
For us, a lot of the problem was, like you said, the spending war and on just the amount that people were spending on tires and bringing setup engineers and people here that it sort of, like there was people that were almost spending IMSA Pilot Challenge levels of budget.
Oh, we know,
Here to run these series. So for us, it's just barely, being able to scrape by to the races. That it's very hard to be able to compete against that consistently.
Yeah.
But we think that there's a pathway with WRL to move forward with something that makes it, to try and make it a level playing field for everybody. And I don't want GT4 cars to go away, because I think the dynamic of having the factory cars versus home built cars is something that's interesting, and it's something that not really many other series have. That I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, when we first started with World Racing League back in 2017, the fastest car in the field was the M235 IR, right? Which, this is way before even GT4 kind of entered the
twinkle in anybody's eye.
Yeah, right. And that was just, you had to have it if you wanted to win races. Team Phoenix, I think, was the team name.
Yes.
Cleaned up with it. And over time, yes, we transitioned towards GT4, but there wasn't this big, everybody has to go get a 235 or a 240. Some did, and that was, a perfectly viable way to go. But the home-built cars, the garage-built cars, and the team-centric nature of it all never went away. Right, that stayed the way it was, and even, I don't want to call it a storm because it's not a negative thing. Having, like you said, having GT4 cars in the field, but we've weathered that. Everybody's got to go get it now, and we're still in a position where teams like Screaming Goat, and amongst others, Rockwell has a GTO car. All Star is running a car in GTO now. They now have, I think AOA is running a Corvette in GTO.
Yes, they ran a Corvette before at Sebring last year.
And the BMW, yeah, of course.
There's a couple other cars, particularly at COTA when we go. Obviously, there's a lot of cars extra there that don't run the rest of the season. But yeah, there's been I wouldn't say it's like a resurgence, but for a while it really felt like we were the only car that wasn't one.
You were.
But it has sort of felt like there's been more cars that are interested going down that route. And it's cool, and it's also nice to be able to talk with those people and just share the stories about it and what they're feeling, and in some ways being able to talk with them and share information with them and figure stuff out is one of the ways we can sort of try and level ourselves back out by building a community of the people that share information on everything that works. Because obviously, at least us, we don't feel like necessarily that we need to keep everything secret what we're doing. So being able to talk with other people and other things and letting that happen helps us and other teams. So.
Of course, yeah. I know VP of WRL, RJ Till, has...
Great guy.
Absolutely. Has put an emphasis on a long time of making sure that, yes, okay, we have this boom in the series of entries, we have this massive interest out of GT4 cars, but not allowing that to distract from the cornerstone of amateur endurance racing in the United States, which is home-built cars. It's people moving up from running things like Champ Car or Lemons up to, bringing a car into the low-end production class and allowing those teams to get more experience and to build their cars up into higher and greater performance levels and allowing their drivers to drive more quickly, which is ultimately what a lot of people are out here for, without having to go spend several $100,000 on a used GT4 car, right? And I feel like, as we said, we're now in a place where you can go do that if you want, but there is still such a stated and intentional interest in doing exactly what you guys are doing and have committed to do over the last, let's say 2 to 3 years, especially. So, we appreciate you guys being around and running the races you guys can. Appreciate you guys being here. I know it's a little thinner on the entry list this weekend, but have you enjoyed your time at Charlotte?
I've loved it. This track is really, really fun to drive for me.
Yeah.
It's really the closest thing to a street circuit.
That's what we've been saying all weekend.
Like just the way the feel is, the walls, everything nearby, but also the pacing of the track. There's you have almost no break. You're just corner, get ready to brake for the chicane. It's fun, but obviously, like I said, when I was real hot, it sort of can get a little mentally exhausting. But I don't think that takes away from the track, and we really wanted to come here. Well, at first we were on the fence because we were thinking, well, maybe not a lot of people are going to show up. But when Daytona got canceled, we figured that this would be the next best thing to go run.
Yeah, I think I don't know if enough people had that same thought, but we certainly did. We thought we were going to load the track up with cars,
which, in my opinion, is unfortunate.
It really is.
I don't. Personally, I know why people are scared of the walls, but it's really I haven't felt that this track is any different from the walls or danger level wise than any other track that WRL goes to. Is especially if you consciously keep in your mind, you're like, well, I'm not racing flat out with this guy. I don't need to be inches away from the wall. I can give myself a car with half a car with margin of error, and be perfectly fine, and never almost even have to think about hitting the wall. So.
It is a no contact series, and to that end, everybody should be driving well below their limit if they're, even in shouting distance of another car. But it's all things considered. I don't know if you felt the same, but yes, attrition levels have been high, but overall contact levels and such on the track have been low, and it seems like respect has been pretty high overall.
Yes, I personally in the GP1 car, I've been trying to make life as easy as possible for the GTU cars and the GTO cars. Letting them by when I can as easily as possible, not trying to race them into any break zones like that.
Yeah.
And like you said, there has been a lot of attrition, but what I've also noticed is, if you go down there in the garage, there's not that many cars in the garage because it's cars breaking down, going to the garage, and coming back out. Mm-hmm. Like even the Bruce M3 that was also in GP1 that hit the wall earlier. Yeah, they're back out there. I saw that car and I was not expecting it to come back out, but it has. And it seems it's not running terrible lap times, so...
No, and there's still the opportunity to pick up a couple of spots here. If I don't think PC Racing's been...
I think they're in the garage?
Yeah, I don't think they came back out.
The number of 325, I definitely saw in the garage when I was walking up there, but that was a while ago.
And that was preceded by a couple of pit stops as well. Right. So, yeah, but still opportunities to pick some spots up here. 4.5 4 hours 10 to go.
It's crazy to think about that we're just barely past halfway in this race.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and we still got half a normal WRL enduro to go here. So, and we're going to go down under the lights. I'm excited to see what the evening holds, and hopefully you guys are too.
I'm pretty sure I can speak for the whole paddock. We're excited to get in the nights and get the track colder and us colder, and yeah.
I bet. Cade McKee, thanks for stopping up with us here at DriversEye Live. Been a pleasure as always. When do we see you guys next?
We're going to try and make Road Atlanta the next race.
GP1 again?
Probably still in GP1. It depends on what happens. And then we're thinking about Sebring and obviously Coda.
Of course.
Home track, and it's the biggest race, so we feel like we want to go.
Awesome. Thanks for stopping up, Cade McKee, and best of luck to the Screaming Goat team down there. Send our best from DriversEye Live, and we'll see you sometime soon. Thank you. Gentlemen. What have we missed? I know we had a pit stop for the I think the 123 was in during that interview.
Yes.
I always get the team name wrong. FPRS Motorsports car has a 1-lap penalty for speeding / checking tire pressures while fueling.
That's I assume that's a warning.
Is speeding not a straight penalty here?
No.
Okay.
Warning and then a penalty.
So I think it's it's doing two things. Yeah, they've got the warning and the penalty at the same time. By the looks of, that's what race control log looks like anyway. It's kind of inconsequential because they've had a bit of trouble recently anyway. I think the reason why they were coming in the pits was an issue.
So they had already had some pit lane violations earlier. They had a warning for fuel infraction and then a lap penalty for visor. So anything after is going to be another penalty.
That really should be 2 laps then, if they did speeding and checking tire pressures while fueling.
It's only 1 per pit lane visit, or so it seems.
Oh, okay. Well, so they've lost a lap, but they're now 8 laps behind the 3rd place GTO car. They are dropping back towards Bruce Innovations now. So it could be a little bit of a fight for last relatively competitive running car in GTO.
That could very quickly turn into a podium, by the way.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it only requires 1 car ahead to have an issue.
Exactly.
Those top 3 cars have run pretty flawlessly. I think the 89X puncture is about the only thing that's gone wrong, right?
Puncture and a second tire failure. I don't know if it's straight up puncture or what exactly, but good reports. 1 on the left rear, 1 on the right rear.
Oh, and the 95 is back out on the track. We just saw it go past. If we want a camera to look at, the green, as in the race leader, is right behind 89X, which is kind of interesting. I don't think it'll be there for very long.
No, and the 99 is actually right in there as well.
Oh, is it? That putting... Would that be putting 3 laps now on the 89X then?
It's. Wait, I got to think about this.
They're in the last corner.
I think so. So 89X completes 261. GTR completes 264. It would be 3 laps. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. It wasn't very long ago. Oh, there we go. Dive down the inside from the 60.
Yeah.
Wasn't very long
99
until we.
follows him through actually.
Oh, we right. It wasn't really very long ago we were talking about GTR 99 putting 2 laps on 89X, and it wasn't long before that that the. Well, I guess it was more towards the start of the race. But the 89X was the faster car for most of the first third of the race.
I would say even towards the first half. I mean, it was. And look, some of this can be driver rotation. Some of this can be. Ooh.
That
Yeah.
problem? Wow, that is so many weird lines. I don't think any of them were correct.
They got through, so they're all correct.
Yeah,
Well, that's
okay.
just it. It's survive in advance, right? You find yourself in a weird position there. Just pick the safest option, the self-preservation option, and carry on and get back to normal afterwards.
A little bit of heat stroke, check the mirrors and go, yeah, I'm just going to be here.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the FPRS has come in for another pit stop.
The 92.
Yeah.
Has it?
No, sorry, they've got a bug on Race Hero where their pit stops only appear. It's now out to 4 laps after it actually happened.
So would you call it a bug or a feature?
Definitely a bug.
So
It's
here's
not
what's
even. It's
happening.
not even consistent.
Any car that has laps removed because of penalty?
Oh, is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
that
it
makes
does
sense.
it with fastest laps as well. The lap time chart updates, but the pit marker doesn't. The pit marker is attached to the actual lap, like the actual number of crossings, not the.
Right.
Yeah, it's
I
a. It's a.
I don't know how I've
goofy
never
one.
noticed that before, but yeah, no, it makes sense from a that is a bug. That is like the definition of a bug. But yeah, from a programming standpoint, it makes sense.
I think your microwave is going off, Scott.
Oh, you heard that? No, my oven's preheated.
Ah,
I haven't decided when I'm gonna.
what are the dinner plans here? I think we're fully in that type of race today.
I think it was. So I'm on one of these things where they send you food because I'm not used to cooking. It's the summer and I'm a teacher, so I'm all at sea. So I get someone to do it for me.
And you're English.
Well, I'm not really capable of cooking. I just don't want to.
Sure.
I think it was like some shrimp jambalaya.
That's not too spicy for you. Guess we're
No.
finding
Mexican food is usually fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So Indian.
What do you think jambalaya is?
It's not Mexican. It's
Cajun.
Hispanic. You know
It's
that.
Cajun. No, it's French.
Cajun's French?
It is. What?
What?
Creole? Well, Cajun and Creole are basically the same. I'm going to upset a lot of people.
I'm all at sea here. I've got no idea.
It's good southern food.
Greg Ginsburg is referring to his year. It's sitting next to me here, referring to his years at Tulane University. The whitest man to ever step foot in New Orleans is talking about how good his jambalaya was in New Orleans. I wouldn't mind some jambalaya. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, if you type in "where is jambalaya from" to Google, you get South Louisiana. So
Yeah, but what do you think is in South Louisiana? It's all French.
sure.
Jambalaya is not a particularly French name, I would think.
No,
It's
not
kind
at all.
of the weird thing there.
And also, yeah, I had a decent amount of. The only place I've really had jambalaya in a restaurant is either Mexican or in Spain. So that's why I. And it sounds like a Spanish. It kind of sounds like a Spanish word. So
Sure.
hopefully I can be forgiven. But yeah, I've learned something. Anyway, I'm having that.
Maybe I'm thinking of gumbo.
Gumbo sounds very Louisiana.
Yeah, doesn't it? Huh. Anyway. Balkan food.
We've been there.
I'm hungry. I'm thinking about food.
Got all 3 open throttle cars, 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Yeah, 63, 64, 66. Just missing the 65.
Yeah, where is the 60? Is the 65 exist?
Yeah, well, it was taken out of here on a trailer yesterday.
Are these the green cars?
Oh, yeah.
Ah, okay. I was trying to identify them.
Scott.
I
Did you not know that?
No, I
That's like your one starting point for car identification.
Okay.
We'll go. If it's green, it's open throttle. Everything else we'll figure out.
Yeah, I've never put that together.
Yeah, and anytime somebody asks about getting a ride, everybody's like, "Oh, you should get, exactly. Here you go, open throttle racing. Go there. The car will see the check flag."
They actually ran a car at the HSR Classic 24 that we covered last October, November, and then I think same car ended up running Sebring the weekend after for WRL.
They can do it.
Well, they're looking at podiums in 2 classes. In fact, 2 podiums in GP1 at the moment, and then 1 podium in GP2.
So that 60, I think I mentioned this before, that 64 car was not supposed to run this weekend. That was the replacement for the 60, the drivers that had rented the 65. 65 ended up in the barrier, and they had the 64 with them. And so that was the easy solution.
I wonder if it was a cheap solution.
I mean, it's for sure cheaper to run a GP3 BMW than it is to run a V8 engined GP1
Oh, the
BMW.
65 was a GP3, was it?
It was, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know the specifics. I just happened to ask one of the open throttle crew members yesterday as I was leaving the circuit. Saw them trying to load the thing onto a trailer. I said, "Is that thing done for the weekend?" He said, "Oh yeah, it's not coming back for this weekend, but we have a backup car, so it's all good." Oh, which car is that? Starting in 64. So I don't know if it was a, hey, you guys can pay a little more and we'll run the 64, or if it was just, hey, don't worry about it, we got a backup car, let's do it. Unclear.
Well, presumably you got to pay for the crash car first.
Well, that was, I think, down to a specific driver.
Right.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I thought the 64 was the one that had already been on the entry list, and it was the 63 that was added.
I was told it was a V8 BMW that was. It's entirely possible, but I was told the V8 was a backup.
Ah.
It's just passing on what I heard. We have all 5 of our class leaders inside the top 10 at the moment, by the way.
We do indeed.
Yeah.
The GP3 leader is only 2 laps off of 7th
I mean,
as well.
if it's going to be anybody, it's going to be 3 fast guys and Denny. Those are. You could have a field of 70 spec racer Fords in the SCCA, and 3 of them are going to be the drivers in 3 fast guys and Denny.
Oh, there's a slow
And the other
car.
one's not going to be far behind.
We just saw a slow car from 3 fast guys and Denny going through turns 6 and 7, I guess.
It's a waving yellow now. Cars come to a stop at the apex of 7.
Yeah, you can just see the front of the car in the top right.
Yeah. Man, drivers have got to be careful here.
Oh, yeah, well, it is a yellow flag, so you can't overtake.
Exactly.
As that Mazda was trying
But
to.
you also have to check up.
Yeah, and you've got to stay wide. You're so focused on. Yep. Do we know what car that is?
And keep in mind the elevation that's going on. That is reported as a
That's
369.
369.
So they still have a comfortable lead in class, but
I think we're going to
get quite
we are.
uncomfortable.
We are going to go to a full course yellow here, I think, here shortly.
Yeah, because the elevation of that corner can be tricky.
And this is a slow screaming goat.
Yeah.
Aid.
Yeah, well,
It's all kicked off here, man. There's all kinds of noise going on up top.
Somebody having a big reaction in the background to something.
Yeah, I hear it. You see it. Oh, it's Cade. Cade, what's going on?
The Miata went 3 wide under code 35.
No, what's going on with you guys?
Oh, we're out of gas.
Out of gas.
Okay. No big deal. We're out of fuel.
He was all excited about the Miata going 3 wide. I'm like, no, that's not what
Honestly,
I mean.
like it's like I know those guys are way down anyway, but it's better to run an extra lap, run out of fuel, and get your pit stop under code 35 than to pit the previous lap.
Well,
so.
yeah,
But I thought he was doing 30. That car looked like it was going slowly before.
It was, but it's still going to be quicker.
Yeah. 99 is in as well. The
Good
11,
move.
11's been in for a long time. Forget that. Here, the 123 is not pitted. What's that about?
That is interesting. Yeah.
It was in 10 laps ago. That is basically perfect for the 99, by the way.
Yes.
10 laps early.
Oh, okay. In that sense. Right.
Yeah. It's when you do code 35, there is no perfect timing as such because you're like, yes, okay, it benefits you, but it benefits everybody. Like you should be in no matter what.
Well, I mean, yeah, perfect timing if your rival has just pitted under green.
That's very true.
Which is what you're always trying to engineer by stretching your stints out as long as you can.
That's the theory.
When was the last time this race went yellow? Was it the red flag?
Very.
I think it was.
No, we had
Maybe.
one after that.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, you're right. Yeah, it was the red flag at 142, full course caution at 150, green flag at 153, and that was the last time we were neutralized.
That was a long time ago.
It sure was.
Big long run there.
We've got some more shade over the circuit at the moment, and I thought maybe with this extended shade out over the front straight that it meant the temperatures were dropping. They are not. It is still 95 out.
123 has been gaining significantly on GTR 99 for a long time. I'd suggest if they don't hit here, they're going to throw a lot of that away. A lot of that work over the last hour or two away.
So they've got themselves onto the lead lap, but I don't understand what the...
Have they?
Yeah. Well, lead lap relative to the 99, obviously.
Okay.
They've passed them.
Oh, okay. But yeah, you need to put fuel in. Yeah. I mean, I don't really care that you pitted. Was it 15 laps ago? The pit lane costs you nothing. You might as well take the fuel.
Yeah, I agree. You don't want to be caught, especially if your delta is now something like 10 laps. You don't want to be caught out on track or on the wrong side of having to pit under green.
The leader is in.
Are they?
You can see it right in front of us.
Oh yeah, there's a 60. Yep, it was behind a pillar. Yeah, again, everybody should be in here.
Yeah. We wait with bated breath. 89X also pitted, for what it's worth. We wait with bated breath to see if NFC does what we're pretty sure is unquestionably the right
actually
thing
does
to do.
look like they have the pit marker sign out and ready to go here.
Okay.
It's the
Not gonna
purple
be-
angry face emoji.
Probably not going to be that long a code 35, so I'm not 100% sure they're going to have time to come all the way
Actually, it
around
looks
and
like
do
they're
it.
putting the 369 on a tilt bed.
They are.
Yeah, so
Okay,
it might be a minute.
that might take a little while then.
I mean, well, here's the problem: is you're not coming back under safety car speed at 55 or 60. You're coming back at 35. So, relatively speaking, your trip back around to the pit lane is going to take a lot longer than it would under a safety car.
If you've got a warning for track limits, is that... Oh, okay. Never mind. My question's been answered by the race control log updating. 89 has a 1-lap penalty for a fueling infraction. I'm guessing that was added up with their track limits warning that they got.
I don't think so. I think they're kept separately.
Well, I haven't
Should get answers on that.
In which case, I haven't scrolled up. They may already have been on a warning, a fueling warning.
It's going to be close here. Are they going to do tires on the Mercedes? Goes up on the jack. Yeah, they're doing left side tires here, I think.
Oh, heck yeah, the 64 is doing the smart run. If you're stuck at 35, there's no reason to track all the way out.
Yep.
Take the shortest run possible.
I think the Mercedes may have only just done left side tires here. certainly up on the jacks, and they were paying much more attention to the left side than the right side. Now that Mercedes is sent.
Oh, you're saying the 1, 2, 3 made it round?
Sorry,
to
1,
pits,
2,
then?
3. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Was there really no pit lane warning for the 89 previously?
I quickly scrolled up through.
Yeah, they had 5 tires.
Yeah,
over the wall.
There you
okay.
go.
Missed that. That is going to drop them well and truly out of contention, at least on without there being a disaster for the 99
Yeah,
or 123.
We've quickly transitioned from, oh, it's a long race, you've got hours and hours to make it up, to now we're under 4 hours to go. 1 to 2 laps is certainly doable in that range. 3+ becomes significantly harder, especially without safety
on pure
cars.
pace alone. But I'd also remind you, we're over 8 hours into a long, hot
for sure.
day.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not going to be cool anytime soon.
But that's going to be your only gift, so to speak, right? You're not going to be gifted anything under safety car.
Yeah.
You're not going to, pick ground up that way. You're really only going to get, whatever you can make up on track, plus a car having an issue, falling off, etc. '63 is the replacement for the 65. Zach Barfield is engineering the 63. Thank you, Karen. Yes, I do remember Zach Barfield was the driver, actually. The name escaped me, but I know that he was kind of his face, because we did an interview with him at the end of the race. Okay, 63 was 65. Yeah, that's misremembered or something slightly askew when I chatted yesterday. Still working on this number 369 over at the inside of turn number 7. Jordan. Hey, Jordan, can we run a quick ad? Yeah, let's do that while we're just buttoning up things here with the Chattanooga Tourenwagen Meisterschaft BMW. Should only be another couple of minutes here underneath the code 35. The ad's going to take substantially less than that. We'll be back with you from Charlotte Motor Speedway on DriversEye Live, the World Racing League here, in just about 30 seconds' time. Stay with us.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
No. We are back. Welcome back to the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I know it's a nice, well, I'd say nice. It is a Saturday afternoon, and you have your choice of things to do, but appreciate you tuning in. And whether you've got friends or family out on track this weekend or just tuning in because you like to watch racing, I appreciate your company all the same. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Scott Michaels in the booth at the moment. Jordan Worth is in from time to time as well. Also fully involved in the production of this here live stream. The professor. And as Greg just said over my left shoulder, thank God for Jordan. We feel the same. Been a fantastic addition to the squad. You know, my first memory of Jordan Worth Sitting at Joseph's house doing a WRL at Mid Ohio weekend, and we were watching a bottom split stream on the TV, and all of a sudden Jordan exits camera left, and reappears holding a diecast, shoves the diecast up in front of the webcam, and goes, "Scott Riggs," and asks the question "Scott Riggs" like 4 times. Scott Riggs?
Scott Riggs.
Scott Riggs. That was exactly it. I was utterly baffled by the exchange.
Scott Riggs.
It really wasn't even an exchange. It was just Jordan holding up a diecast and saying Scott Riggs in front of a camera.
Yep,
Like
Scott Riggs.
Not really talking to anybody. Just Scott Riggs.
Scott Riggs.
One of the Scotts of all time, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Riggs. Yeah. Scott Wimmer.
Scott Stapp.
Definitely another Scott. Scott Speed.
You know, I saw Scott Stapp at the. He was at the Daytona 500 this year.
I don't know who Scott Stapp is.
The Creed lead singer.
Oh, no, I would not know that. Oh, we're green.
Oh,
Chattanooga BMW has been recovered. This time, I think everybody's gone back up to speed at the same time. Except for the Bruce Innovations number 444, who's come immediately into the pit lane. Now, that's interesting. You'd have to assume that car's having an issue. Also, it appears whoever's been installed in the 99 under the most recent pit stop is going to go very quickly this stint. Immediately back up to pace. Additionally, the 123 is now, let's call it about 6 to 8 seconds behind the 99. In not a battle for immediate position, but is in a battle to put itself back up onto the lead lap.
In class.
Yes, again, in class. By the way, if you happen to be switching back and forth between 24 hours of Spa and us here, the 12 hours of Charlotte, you might as well just stick with us for a while.
I was going to say, I've got messages from Sam that they're not complimentary. They are
under safety car at the moment.
Yeah, apparently it's been a bit of a mess.
Is this a rain-related safety car or
I don't know about
incident?
this.
But we have light here, and we don't have rain. And we're going to go into the floodlights here in about 2 and a bit hours' time. 3 wide into turn 1. The 99 goes up the inside of the Bruce Innovations 333. And they all managed to squeak through. But 123 is going to get held up quite badly here in traffic through turns 3 and 4.
Great look at the clouds here.
Yeah, we could do with a few more of those in the next hour or so.
And the Jumbotron right in the middle of the screen with this particular angle.
That's one of those like window capture moments where you just get decreasing sized windows capturing the same frame. You know what I mean? Like the cascade effect? Yeah. Told the 85 Miata MX-5 has gone back to the paddock from AOA Racing.
I've noticed you guys have started saying MX-5. I do that intentionally for obvious reasons. What is there?
What are the obvious reasons?
Well,
Because I don't think it's obvious.
Miata isn't a thing in Europe.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. I'm just wondering why. Is there actually a difference between?
Yeah, the NA and the NB are the only cars that carry the Miata name. And C and ND are just MX-5s.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Is that? I think that's correct. AT, right? Oh, he stepped away. Of course he did.
You could ask Jordan. He has one.
Jordan.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey.
Which type of MX-5 do you have, and is it a Miata?
It is an ND, and yet all it says is just MX-5 on the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
So NA and NB carry, they are MX-5 Miatas or Miata MX-5. I don't know which order it is, but those two carry the Miata name. Yeah, I'm getting nods from Greg here as well. And C became MX-5 only, and the ND and the ND2 are just MX-5s.
I'm fairly confident. I shouldn't be confident in myself with stuff like this, but I don't think Miata was used to any of them in Europe.
That may be true.
They were Roadster, I believe. The Unos Roadster, I believe is correct.
But
But they
that
called it the
sounds
Unos,
reasonable.
not the Miata.
Oh, well, I've never heard that word before, but
Unos. You didn't play Gran Turismo, clearly.
I did.
Oh, well.
I played a lot of Gran Turismo, all the first four. But.
So, JT, you were away. We've got to settle this. NA and NB are Miatas, and C and ND are just MX-5.
Correct.
Yep, thanks.
It can be
Could have saved
interchangeable, but
ourselves 90 seconds there.
that is the general. Yes.
Got it. Yeah, so when I correct myself, it's because not because I don't want to say Miata. It's because if it's an NC, it's not a Miata.
Yeah, it's more or less interchangeable. I mean, you can probably find some advertising done for the NC where they did refer to it as a Miata, but for the most part, they were sold as the MX-5.
So Unos was actually a brand, is what I'm being told here. It was a sub-brand in Asia Pacific. Yeah.
Okay.
So the Unos Roadster was just a Unos car. It was the Roadster. And then I guess it just became the Miata, the Mazda Miata, or was sold as the Mazda Miata elsewhere. But in Asia Pacific, it was sold as the Unos Roadster.
Yeah, Google AI is telling me that's an Asia thing.
We've learned so much today.
And in the UK, MX-5 was used for everything.
Sure. Yeah, even in our SCCA coverage here on DriversEye Live, we do Spec Miata, which is for NAs and NBs.
Yep.
And we do NCs or Spec MX-5 now.
Yep. They use the MX-5 Cup.
Yeah.
And that's the global MX-5 is our NDs.
Now they are ND2s, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting a kick out of this number 55 AOA MX-5. It's lost a lot around the front end of the car, and the hood is
modified class leader.
So in like certain sim racing damage models, they create that fake bounce of like loose bodywork in the air.
Yeah.
Like on just a repeated stock animation. That looks like what's happening to the front end of the 55 here. It comes out of the chicane onto the front straight, and it's just the hood just bounces. But there's no front body work, and there's no headlights at all.
I love the fact that they know they're going to have to stop at night because they don't have headlights.
Well, so it was a WRL staffer that told me they're going to have to stop at night.
Right.
I assume that the team also knows that, but I'm not 100% confident.
They've got tape. I'm sure they have flashlights. Let's go.
Sure.
You'd think they'd, well, unless they're completely resigned to the situation, you'd think they'd use all the Code 35s to all that time to try and fashion something.
Well, I assume there's electrical connections or something there that's going to require a lot more work. But I also don't see... I mean, we could really over-engineer this concept and say, well, if we run till night, we can pick up a spot on a car that's not running out there. But actually, I think the Rocksteady car is still out there.
It is.
Yeah. Our first casualty.
Yeah, it's done 207 laps today. It's coming up on taking second place.
Hammer Motorsports is joining the chat. It says, man up Tyler Hoffman, who also joined the chat, pleading for a later start time so that we just run the race overnight, which is an interesting thought.
I wouldn't be here if they they decided to do that. I'm not in.
Have you gotten you've gotten your body clock off of Tokyo time?
Yeah, I very much no intentions of that.
Ever?
Probably not. It so didn't work. Maybe I needed to take twice as long to do it. I tried to rush it, but yeah. did not get the result I was looking for out of that.
I'm going to very briefly step away here and grab some dinner that's been provided up at the top of the media center here. I have you guys just carry things for a moment. I just don't want to miss out on the opportunity because I didn't get lunch earlier. So
Get it.
Yeah, gotta get after it.
Full respect for as much free food as you can.
I've
Get a hold
seen
of.
you react to free food, Scott.
Oh, yeah.
At Daytona. Yeah, that is primary concern number one.
Yeah,
Did you hear him about being the teacher earlier?
I take no shame in that. My dinner's ready in 4 minutes and 20 seconds for what it's worth. But
I've still got hours to go. See, we can time this.
so, yeah, fairly consistent, actually quite even pace between the top three in GTO. So we're looking for NFC. I think this is GTR 99 coming across the start line now.
Yep.
And is that? No, that's not it. That is NFC coming to the last chicane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
now-
so they are trying to catch GTR 99. It doesn't really matter. Well, 95's got some pace now. But they are trying to catch GTR 99 so that they can put themselves back on the lead lap in GTO. So they are 1.1 laps behind GTR 99 at the moment. But GTR 99's last lap time was only 0.03 of a second off of their fastest lap of the day, and 1.4 seconds quicker than NFC. So it doesn't look like that is actually going to happen anytime soon, as NFC gets passed by the 95 GTU car, which is furiously trying to close up the, what is it now, 26 lap gap to second in GTU. That's against the Stratus 59 car, which is still in the garage. And that, what is that? The 59 car, that was a 31.9 that last lap, which is decent pace. The car's done at 26.9 earlier in the race, so it's still capable of quite a lot more than that. But race leader did a 30.6 for reference. So that's the
wondered if
GTU race.
If we're just not seeing super long stints from drivers because of the heat. Because looking at the lap times for 99 GTR, they're already running quite a bit quicker than they were this previous stint. So I'm wondering if that was just, getting out the driver to let him rest, get some, good water in, put in somebody fresh. If just a cycle is going to be happening that we'll see develop as the race gets, lower and lower towards, the final hour.
Good point. We saw a few 25-lap stints earlier from various GTO cars, and it hadn't occurred to me that might literally be a driver limit because of the heat and the chill-out systems having a little bit of trouble in this amount of temperature. I would say that that's kind of the operating window you really want the chill-out system to work. So hopefully they'll get on top of that fuse issue. At least the Screaming Goat was saying they were having that. Download's complete. FPRS still humming along nicely, but they're now 7 laps off the podium and 1 lap ahead of Bruce Innovations, and that's it for GTO at the front of the field. Got a nice sort of fun battle for general production, overall, in the GP1 leader and the GP3 leader. Harrison Motorsports and 3 Fast Guys and Denny are only split by 1 lap for 7th overall. Stratus 59 in the pits. So nobody in the pits at the moment, other than the cars in trouble. There are lots of cars out on the track right now. And a 29.2 on the last lap for Stratus 60 in the lead. So that's a pretty quick lap time. It's only 2 seconds off their fastest lap they set in the much cooler conditions earlier in the day. As Kingpin sets their fastest lap of the race, and that is it's not quite the fastest GTO lap we've seen all day. It's a 29.4. We saw a 28.6 from 89X Motorsports earlier. But considering the conditions, although also Rapscallions just set their fastest lap of the race, so maybe the track's starting to cool off and we're getting some nice fast lap times because of a little bit of additional grip. So that could be exciting as we get towards the last 3 or 4 hours of the race. I expect, obviously, when the sun's gone down, and the track temperature really cools off overnight, as we get into the night, we'll start seeing some really good lap times. But yeah, we're already starting to see we've seen one GTO car drop below 130, which is the first time we've seen that for about 6 hours, probably.
All right, so coming across the line, number 40 from Rocksteady Racing does take second in GP3, as the 85 is still not out on track yet. We've still got a handful of laps before the 66 from Open Throttle takes the lead in GP2. So still a few more minutes for Chet T-Wagon M Shaft V6 3.69 to try to get that car back out. PC Racing's back out on track. I believe this is, them coming into the shot here behind the Aston Martin of 89X Motorsports. And ooh, that BMW is looking pretty quick coming on the turn in there. So good to see that thing back out and looking relatively healthy. The 60 from Stratus Racing. That is our leader, both GTU and overall. Trailing behind MP01 of Dawn Motorsports number 95, which sits third in class, and is looking pretty quick right now. Cars look relatively even performance till we get onto this back oval banking here. Sixty's going to go on the inside here, coming into the chicane. It's good to see how efficient the draft can be for these MP01s. NFC tucks back in behind the Bruce Innovations M4, going into turn 1, thinking better of an overtake. Sister car, just a couple car lengths behind. Last time by PC Racing, did a 135 and then across the line here, 137.8. Which looks relatively quick for GP1. Last time by, the only car quicker in class was Choice Racing. on board the Liberty Auto Sports Chevstang, RLS powered Mustang. Currently running 3rd in GP2.
Check out
More
how
important.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say. Speaking of GP2, the 66 from Open Throttle in the next few seconds here will take the lead of the class.
That is much more important than what I was going to say. Look how stoic the driver is in this car here. Just full 10 and 2 on the wheel. It never moves.
It's fantastic. He is preserving all of his strength.
Yep.
Very calm and collected,
Yes.
Exactly.
I would say. Yeah.
36.3 from PC Racing. That car's definitely ready to go quick. Ooh, and no new fast lap for the 469 from Rapscallion. 41 flat.
That's not bad relative to where the rest of the GP2 field is at the moment. They're just so far back.
Yeah. They did have a rough start to the day earlier. We're getting a driver change here on board the 3 fast guys and Denny, Scion FRS. Clearly,
Greg, who's getting in the Scion?
This should be Fast Guy 3.
Who's? Come on, Greg knows every SCCA driver in history. He's got to know who that guy is. Yeah, that's fair. A little far away.
Tell them to get good.
Tell him to get good. Get good, Greg. Adding more G's to the phrase. He's already known as 5G. A lot of people don't know that. He's got 5 G's in his name. Get good 5G. That's 7 G's.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is Fast Guy number 3.
Yeah. Yeah, Greg makes a point. It's much easier to tell who they are when they've got a Spec Racer Ford shell wrapped around him. And he's not wrong.
Nice, good wave.
I'm going to say it's Ogburn. It's a guess. I have no idea. Dave Ogburn. Yeah. So I've got to be honest. I've been to some hot WRL race weekends. I've done a few. I've done some Road Atlantas that were scorchers, particularly on the Friday one year was heat index of 106. I've done some Daytonas that were pretty warm. Daytona has the advantage of having a breeze basically every day, even inside the speedway. And you're guaranteed to get some clouds and some buildup that'll generally doesn't cool it down, but it kind of takes the edge off. Out walking around doing cameras earlier is some of the hottest I've ever been at a racetrack, and that includes being at Sebring over Memorial Day weekend when it was 100 degrees there. The temperature of 100 degrees. There wasn't a whole lot of humidity, which is a shocker for Sebring, but genuinely the heat index was only up around 102, 103. This today this has been brutal. I can't imagine being behind the wheel of a race car in temperatures like this.
Yeah.
Like that's not insane, but it is really asking a lot of an amateur racing driver. And like obviously everybody knows what they sign up for, so it's not like we're catching anybody off guard here. But man alive. It's my alternate phrase to pound. I received some pushback for that.
It's still a good day at the racetrack.
No, and that's just it, right? You'd rather have a bad day at the race. Well, not every bad day, but a lot of bad days at the racetrack than, a good day some other places. Like, it's possible to have a truly cool day at a racetrack. But this, you know, getting to the end of a 12-hour race with your buddies is not generally a bad way to spend it, even if it is a little on the toasty side. At least these 5 and 6 cameras have stayed up for the afternoon. I thought for sure they got right back down. Can we do a quick iRacing simulation with like a time acceleration and see how long it takes the shadows to reach like Oval 3? That's something we can do?
Yeah, you want me to load that up real quick?
Yeah, why don't we just load that up? Yeah, okay. I want to see when I can
load
go
a
reset
test session here. Hold on.
the bus stop cameras.
Looking forward to adding that input so that you can see on the big giant jumbotron. iRacing test.
You remember Coda last year when Zach decided to start playing NASCAR 06 or whatever it was?
Yes. And yet they keep putting us on the jumbotron.
These are our
Coda will
last
do
two
basically
holdouts.
whatever anybody asks. Oh, this is the only 2 we have left?
These are the only 2 left.
5 in this one?
Yep.
Oh, why didn't you say something?
Well, you were getting lunch.
You had to
Dinner.
get food.
When did that happen?
Gradually over time.
Well, why didn't you say something when they started going down?
Well, because, you know, it's hot out.
Sure is. Oh, boy. Well, some of this is going to be batteries. We're pushing 10 hours now. All right. Well, when Scott comes back, I said I would go do a round at 7. So when Scott comes back, I'll go do mine. Go reset the cameras.
You're the best.
Let's not get carried away here, Jordan. It's a nice thought.
It's going to go to his head.
You know. Love how consistent this 89 has been. Really, other than the tire issues, this is one of the best runs we've seen out of that squad.
Yeah.
Following up from earlier as well, that 123 hasn't really sustained the pace it had earlier trying to catch the GTR 99. Look for that yellow tape on the left front fender. It's not lost a heap of time, but it's something like probably 20 seconds. Is gradually going to find itself with a lot more work to do than I think it anticipated.
Yeah, I think it's also, I believe we did see a driver change in the 99.
Sure.
Just trying to go by like average lap times. Bringing in somebody a bit fresher, not heat exhausted. I think that's a factor.
Yeah, we're in a single day enduro, so you don't get quite as many long marathon type stints, and then the weather definitely plays into it.
Yeah, like Shelley says on YouTube, you know, Mark Young, who's running in the Liberty Auto Sports Chev Stang, saying it's like 150 degrees inside the car.
Yeah. Was it Watkins Glen a couple years ago during a Grand Am race where Turner tried to like cook eggs in the car or cook a chicken in the car or something?
That sounds familiar.
It was Grand Am day, so we're talking probably 15 plus years ago now. And they wrapped some meat in some foil, put it in the back of the car, and let it cook.
Is the bacon done yet? Close.
There's an idea. Cook bacon in the back. You smell bacon for your whole stint.
Still no sign of the 369 yet.
No, so I got an update there. I believe the quickest way to put it is axle failure. Took the bearing with. I don't know. Look, I'm going to sound like an idiot if I try to explain what happened, but I saw some pictures that weren't very pretty. They think they can get it back out there before the end of the race, so they're going to put it together and see what they can do here. To be honest with you, the garages are probably the coolest area on the track right now. That isn't where we're sitting up on the top of the grandstands.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of shade, get the car up on jacks.
Oh, no, it's all shade. They're in the cup garages this weekend. Because we've only got 32 cars, everybody's got one.
Okay, sweet.
We're suddenly back right side up with this camera.
Oh,
I'm not sure how that happened,
But we're making a new track.
yeah, oh yeah, we are.
it's the Loudon Road course is what it is. Where are we going now?
I was going to say, I heard we did walk and split earlier, and I was trying to replicate that, but... So we're coming out of the boot now?
Yeah, we're coming out of the Achilles there.
It's like trying to draw a track from memory.
44 is headed back to the paddock again.
It was just running well.
Yeah, I think it came to a stop and it stalled briefly and then straight back into the paddock. It's tough. I mean, we've been... It's obviously been warm all day, and components are going to be tired, cars are going to be tired, drivers are going to be tired, but you'd like to think we're on the downhill side now. In that the temperature has dropped to 93 and the real fuel dropped to 100.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much the track itself is cooled.
On the front straight here, probably a fair bit. But anyway, what I was going to say there is that if you can weather, or if you have weathered the very hottest part of the day, that there's a chance that you can come out the other side here, and everything after this point in the race, or past, let's say, the last half hour, is going to be easier than the time that preceded it. Right? That's on the downhill side of a long day of endurance racing, and you would hope that it eases up the strain it puts on the components of the car. I know that 44 has had issues prior to this, but yeah, you'd hope that the race would be getting easier and that reliability would improve throughout the course of the day. And unfortunately, something else has gone amiss there with that PC Racing 44. Oh, screaming. No, sorry, never mind. There's actually a little bit of a battle there between the Screaming Goat 29 and the 522 at Choice Racing. They're only 5 laps apart. Both having had some issues. Oh, and they're together on track. Even better. Headed into the final chicane. That is the black and blue M3 you see in the rearview mirror.
What did you end up having for dinner, Brendan?
Up the inside?
Tacos? Probably not as good as your jambalaya.
I actually had a paella in the end.
You what?
Had a paella in the end.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So wait, are these tacos real tacos or Turner Motorsports tacos?
They're Salsaritas tacos.
I have an unpopular opinion. Tacos are the worst of any way of delivering food.
That is a pretty terrible opinion.
Hard tacos or soft ones.
I prefer soft.
Yeah, soft is better. Hard is just absolute. Why would you turn dinner into a challenge?
Careful with your food opinions here, Scott. I've been down this road before.
And what I was saying was paella.
Paella.
Or either way.
Paella.
Yeah, well, I know.
It's a double L.
Hialeah?
Hialeah County, I think. Is that a county in Florida? It sounds like it.
It's a city near Miami. Hialeah,
Yeah,
Florida.
Hialeah, that's right. Hialeah,
I think I interviewed for a job.
Hialeah.
That's pretty good. And there is a Leah. Isn't there a Leah Pruitt?
Probably.
Yeah, isn't that,
Scott's, yeah.
Give me a second here. Isn't that Tony Stewart's?
Yeah, that's Tony Stewart.
Yeah. We got it, guys.
I mix them up.
More useless info. Did you know Tony Stewart won one cup race at this racetrack?
Tony Stewart won a cup race at this track.
Yeah, a single race. Can you guess the year?
I would guess 2000.
2008.
2003 was the first guess?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Oh, wow.
It was the fall
Scott, you are
2003
so
race.
American.
Who was it that...
To be fair, I was playing NASCAR 2003 back then. It's just not in this country. I knew it was pretty competitive around then. And yeah, that was a complete guess. Otherwise, more useless information. Guess who's leading the crowd strike 24 Hours of Spa right now?
Is it G Money?
No, of course not. It's David Pitter.
Oh my goodness.
They've been on the safety car for quite a while.
Is he running with Valkenhorst this weekend? Yeah. Is Krognes in the car as well?
I don't know who else is. No, I don't think so. Actually.
No,
I know Hugo Chavez did Super Bowl. I don't think I saw Krognes on the driver list. They've been on the safety car for so long that they definitely should have just red flagged it, because drivers are having to run through the pit lane to reset their stint timers at this point. So
interesting.
So the order is a complete lottery based on who's had to reset their stint timer when and what the team's strategies around that. It's completely useless. And it's still like pouring rain.
When you have a slightly silly rule set, you get slightly silly circumstances like that, right?
Yeah. I know. You know my philosophy. There's never any need for a safety car.
No. Well, I was talking about the.
No, I know the drive.
The stint length rules.
They're exacerbating the problem, but there's also no reason to be driving around behind a safety car for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just red flag, wait for it to get better.
I think they're tired of red flagging this race because it keeps happening.
Well, they should be tired of running around on the safety car for 3 hours at a time as well. It is what it is. It'd be nice if tyre companies built tyres that could handle this weather. But...
What does that look like? What does it look like, a tyre that can handle,
I imagine it's probably not possible, but deeper gauge with deeper treads, I assume, and higher.
The
tyres that raise the right.
Move around so much.
So? Raise the right high of the car. If they move around a lot, they make the
right
harder.
high.
Yeah, but you can get a tyre to control the ride height by 10 or 20 millimeters. Obviously, at some point you get clearance issues in the wheels, but you can just mandate that the wheel wells are built with that in mind. I feel like there's a way to do it, and for some reason they don't know. Probably because visibility then becomes an issue. But you know what Spa is? Like, if you have to red flag it, you have to red flag it.
Yeah.
I don't see why anyone's benefiting from just getting bored running around under safety car for 3 hours.
We don't do that here in the World Racing League.
We don't.
No, we're civilized.
I'm gonna go drop the link in the G2 World Chat and see what happens.
I'm hoping the first thing they hear is a slacking off the other race.
I mean, Irwin's got to be up to something right now, right? Like, he's probably around. I haven't seen him today. Or Boy from New York, or H. The 443 is being pushed backwards again towards the paddock. The car has actually put in a decent number of laps since its demise down at turn number 1 earlier this afternoon.
We're actually really close, within 10 minutes of a change in second place in GTU. Dawn Motorsports have made up the however many laps it was to begin with. It was something like 40 on the Stratus 59. And they are now within 8 laps.
86 laps off of the class leader. Some
Podium's podium.
Thunderhill gaps going on here. If PRS car, I assume, is in the paddock.
I just saw that.
Yeah,
because I'd noticed that the GP1 leader's up to 6th.
Yeah, it's just changed hands.
Actually, and I've noticed now there are 2 GP1 cars ahead of 3 fast guys in Delhi. Was that a pit stop cycle type of deal, or is the...
That I don't know. I haven't been tracking the GP1, GP2, GP3 class lead situation, or any of those cars really. Well, no, not individually, just together. Actually,
there's only 12 seconds between.
Shouts to Rocksteady Racing, by the way, who, after becoming the first car to stop on track on the first racing lap, before really getting back around even to the oval on lap number 1 at 10 o'clock this morning, finds itself now 13th overall. And I think I'm right in saying 2nd in GP3?
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, PC Racing is back. Woohoo! Headed back out of the pit lane. So, is it safe, we think, to go reset the cameras? We dropped any more degrees? Thunderstorms at home. Oh my. Yep.
Have we heard the latest from what's been troubling the 701?
No, I actually haven't heard anything from the 701, which is a little bit unlike round 3 racing. I would send Brad McCall a Facebook message. I can't even do that.
I'm wondering if he's currently in one of the throttle cars.
That could be. He did do some laps on Friday.
Yes, purposely cutting the chicanes.
Yeah, so they mentioned it. I was sitting up here in race control when it happened, and they were talking about it as to whether or not they should bring him in and have a discussion with him about it. And they're like, you know what? He's not even racing that car. He's just out there doing a few laps. Like, probably just let that one go.
Bruce Innovations with a track limit warning. I don't know if we noticed that.
I hadn't.
Is it 3 of those warnings before a penalty, or is that them saying you've got to your final warning?
I think you're allowed 3 before you start getting penalties. So a 4th. But it's not race long. That is a... the idea is to keep that in a certain window so as to be reflective of recent driver performance. Right, so if you miss one here, you miss one there, let's say over the span of, I don't know, an hour or so, you know, and you chalk up a couple warnings, you chalk up a couple of strikes, you know, if you get a 4th one further down the line, they say, okay, well, it's been cleaned up, right? We're not going to give you the penalty. I've been asked very specifically not to say that rolling window on air, but if you pick up 4 or 5 in quick succession, that's what they're trying to avoid. Right. Is somebody exploiting it on a regular basis, or for that matter, making errors on a regular basis. Right, 'cause to some degree, yes, okay, you're just pushing really hard, and to some degree, it can be, I think, perceived as carelessness. So I think that's what they're trying to avoid. Is that sort of repeated offense, and it is offensive, honestly. No. A little hungry up here. I'd have thought on my way
Just
back.
had dinner.
Well, yeah, but listen. Imagine having like 2 Taco Bell tacos, man. No, I'm good. We're a little bit beyond that, but not like massively so. But last night on my way back from dinner, I very nearly stopped in at Sonic because shakes were half price. Started thinking about a shake last night. Now, having sweat my tail off for various stages of the afternoon, starting to think about shakes again. Where you get yourself into trouble, you know. Great view of the sky.
Yeah, that weather really didn't materialize, did it?
No, not even a little bit. So to some degree, spin for the Dawn Motorsports 95 at the chicane. Locked the. I think carried a little bit too much speed there. Locked the rears trying to get it to stop, and it just rotated. Greg also observes that that car has been having some rear locking issues over the course of the day. Yeah, it happened down at turn 1 as well. Didn't get backwards, but in the front stretch chicane. Yeah, I'm sure it's a tough old car to hustle then in VO1. Doesn't have much to hustle after though. I mean, it's gonna pick up that GTU spot regardless.
Well, I mean, you're
Unless
out
it
here,
throws it at the scenery.
I've probably paid money to be here. I want to go and have some fun. You do that by hustling.
That's fair. So Greg has also just shown me a social media post from that 443 group. This is from 4 hours ago. Oh, it's Tomo. Yeah, Tomo Gomer. I did see him in the chat earlier, actually, and I forgot to shout him out. But what does it say here? It says 443. We've been in and out of the pits and paddock with a handful of times. ABS faults and other electrical annoyances, power steering overheating, and now lost a belt. So that was about 3 o'clock. Just about to head back out for a health check. Attrition has been high today despite our issues, still 7th in class and learning a ton. Being told it's a brand new build for Rockwell. Yeah.
Okay.
Under 3 hours to go. So 3/4 of the way through the race.
Harrison in a very odd position at the exit of the front stretch chicane. Completely crossed up. Basically had to come to a stop to avoid throwing it over the AstroTurf. Seems all right now. Jordan, we don't have the turn 8 camera going back up onto the banking, do we? Okay, I think my time has come, gentlemen. To go reset some of these cameras. Unfortunately. The ones on the front stretch should be fine here for a while, but gonna have to go get the other ones. So that's all we've got, right? Is this one and which one? All right. Well, yeah. Thanks, guys. Carry DriversEye live for a while. Bring the people into the darkness. No. Anyway, I'll be back.
Sounds like a man moving to his doom. Bit of debris up against the wall there in the braking zone for that chicane.
I've been noticing that. Look at all that is.
another 138. Nice. Be really interesting to see how high up the ladder of this Three Fast Guys and Denny Scion can go today.
Yeah, I think obviously the only realistic possibility is actually that gap's stretched out to Harrison Motorsports. So I was thinking 6th without any unfortunate issues for the top 5. But yeah, they were only 1 lap behind Harrison Motorsports, and it's now ballooned out to 3. So I don't know if Three Fast Guys and Denny have maybe Denny's been in the car. Who knows? No, pit stop times look reasonable, so I don't think there's any issue there. They haven't really been any slower than Harrison Motorsports for a long while. Harrison Motorsports been doing 140s for a few hours now, which the Three Fast Guys and Denny's car is capable of roughly matching, getting within a second or 2 of them. So it wouldn't take much for them to become the best production car in the race. They're 42 laps ahead of the next GP3 car, so absolutely no danger there in class.
Yeah, not at the moment. Pit stop 60.
Yeah, that's the race leader. Got to assume at this point that's on schedule. Yeah, looks roughly. Yeah, it's been about 35 laps or so that makes sense. Meanwhile, the FPRS Motorsports Mustang has dropped down to 10th overall now, so their car been in the pits for an extended period of time. Really shows how spread the field is behind the top 10 though, with the Chattanooga, Turenbach and Meisterschaft car still 12th overall.
Yeah. I mean, that thing had no issues until, the last hour, a little bit more.
Still second in class, even.
Yeah, we'll continue to be second in class for the next 20-ish minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. We've got a group of cars who've run relatively untroubled in the top 10, 10 or 11. Big gap. And then we've got a group from like 13th down to around 21st that are all within 20 laps of each other, while also being 90 laps off the lead. So yeah, there's this big gap in between sort of the first 10 and the second 10. But those guys are all running together. Those that are running, that is. Dawn Motorsports has taken second in GTU on that previous lap. 226 laps to Stratus 59's 225, and Stratus still obviously stuck in the pit lane. That is 15th overall. The Stratus race leading car we just saw it go through shot there, so it's exited the pits. I think completely normal service.
Yeah, still relatively close times for the top 3 in GTO. I believe they all just came across the line more or less together.
Yeah, I think they have been for quite a while. Which is, we certainly haven't had a proper neutralization for a long time. So, oh no, have we finally? I don't know if it's just my end. Have we lost the race leader's camera? I've just got a black screen now. That's lasted longer than most MPO ones last.
Yeah,
it's gone 9 hours into the race, which is pretty impressive.
I think the lights have turned on.
I think they have too. I think it's a little bit premature. It's not definitely not going to need them for another hour or so.
Well, the sun's reflecting as it starts to get lower in the west. Hard to tell.
Oh no, those lights are
No,
definitely
they're
on.
definitely on. Yeah.
Okay.
The Musco lighting system installed in 1992.
In comes one of the throttle BMWs. I'm hoping that's the 66.
I don't think it is. 66 just came across the line there.
Yeah, it's the 64 then, I believe.
Yeah, the 63 just came across the line as well. Well, the 64's last lap was a 5-minute 2.
Yeah, I think they just may have had a box before the timing line.
Right.
Another best lap for the Rapscallion 469 MX-5.
Yeah, well, obviously it's been a long race, some very tired drivers, but I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more fastest laps start to pop up yet as the track cools down. Maybe we're not quite that far into the evening. The shade is kind of mostly on the sort of straight areas of the track towards at the start-finish line area. I haven't quite got over to the infield yet, but when it does, I'd expect to see some more fast laps as the heat comes out of the track surface. Rapscallions obviously had quite a disjointed race. They've been in and out of the pits a little bit earlier on. So they probably actually missed quite a lot of running back when the track was at its best earlier on in the day.
Looking like pretty consistent times up in the front part of GP1 with Harrison and Open Throttle both running 39:40s. A couple cars a little bit quicker in class, but are well off the lead in that class. Liberty Autosports now within 8 laps of the Chattanooga BMW.
We're being told that the GTR 99 is due a pit stop pretty soon. That should make sense. It's been about 40. Yeah, their last run was 41 laps, I think, and it's been 41 laps since the last stop. There were a few laps of yellow in there. But yeah, we should be expecting that car in any lap now from the leading DTO. NFC is also, I would expect them to be in as well. They pitted only 2 laps after, basically the end of the last yellow instead of the beginning for GTR 99. So both of those cars running first and second GTO should be in soon. On board now with the GP3 leader and 7th overall, 3 fast guys in Benny. Following one of the open throttle cars. Just checking because we're actually running quite close to them. Well, it's the 3 fast guys in Denny car has 3 open throttle cars kind of lined up behind it on the timing monitor, but quite a few laps between each of them. I don't know which one is the one that's right ahead of it here, but obviously none of them are in its class. Giving that wall a really nice wide berth. All the 58, we think, hit that wall earlier on in the race, so sensible idea. There's one of the other open throttle cars.
Yeah, they're clicking off a relatively consistent lap, so there's definitely no need to push.
No, I don't really have any races in the field where any cars are on the same lap as each other. First one would be Screaming Goat and Kingpin, which is 16th and 17th overall. A GTO and a GP1 car there. 1 minute 19 apart. It's the GTO car ahead that's pulling away. Although Kingpin just went salmon, so I don't know if they're presumably in the pits. Which would make sense because, yeah, we had the Code 35 about 41, 42 laps ago, and that seems to be about as long as GTO cars can run on fuel. So we should see a bunch of GTO cars into the pits within the next sort of 5 laps or so, just based on the timing with the last Code 35. Kingpin actually, oh yeah, they were in the pits. So they've actually lost that position to Screaming Goat and are 8.5 seconds behind apparently. A pretty inconsequential battle for 16th overall.
Yeah, but with GTR pitting, that puts NFC back on the lead lap for a bit.
Right, so NFC is actually being able to run longer than GTR 99. That didn't seem to be the case earlier on in the race. Interesting to find out to see if that ends up being a significant amount, or if it's just a lap or two. With 2 hours and 45 minutes, it's going to be to go. We could probably back time to make sure that there isn't any danger of anyone having to make a splash, but as it stands, the gap is too big for that to really matter anyway. Got a suggestion that maybe we could play some GeoGuessr on the Jumbotron.
We're gonna put up a Florida?
That's the suggestion, yeah.
Or North Carolina, since we're in North Carolina.
Well, you got to warm up first.
Right, we gotta warm up with the Florida.
Florida weather out there.
89 in.
123 is in as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So no, that wasn't significant. The The Mercedes went one lap. Was it 1 or 2 laps further? 2, I think, maybe. 99's already finished that lap, so I think they'll be coming through to finish their next lap. But yeah, that's with only 2 more stints to go. We'll get a 6-lap delta if that ends up sticking. It's definitely not 6 laps, even if GTR 99 ends up having to take 6 laps of fuel as a pit stop. That's not going to, as you can see GTR 99 in the background, they're going through turn 2. It's not going to be enough to change the lead battle. 89X is in the pits as well. I think you just said that, JT. So we've got 3rd, 4th and 5th overall. 2nd, 3rd and 4th and GTO all in the pits at the moment. No surprise there with the timing of the safety not safety car, the code 35. We're slowly gaining cameras back, which is great. See a little bit more of the track. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on lap times. Immediately, GTR 99 is throwing down 31.2. Oh, and I noticed they actually have a better fastest lap. Hadn't spotted that. On lap 284, that car got down to 1 minute 30.3, which is a good 9/10 or so, 8-9 faster than their previous fastest lap that was set at the start of the race. So the track's obviously improving. We can see, I think that's the NFC car in the background there going out of pit exit. We'll have to keep an eye on these drivers. If there are any significant pace differences, as we are presumably getting driver changes. I would have thought we're getting driver changes at every stop given the weather. That would be the only thing that could potentially change things up. Being a lap apart is a lot, but with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, it is possible to make up that kind of distance with a really fast driver against maybe a less experienced driver jumping in the car. I'd assume most teams will save their better, more experienced drivers till before the end of the race, so not necessarily expecting that. And clearly GTR 99 has a fast driver in the car. Just, last lap I think was traffic affected, but the previous one was a 31.2, which is definitely fast enough that NFC aren't going to be able to make the kind of inroads they need to make. The Screaming Goat coming into the pits. So they've already lost that 16th position to Kingpin.
.132.2 across the line for the 99.
Yeah, solid pace. That's going to be good enough that NFC's not going to be able to take big 4 or 5 second chunks out of that, which is what would be required to be able to close down that sort of lap and a half gap they've got. So solid work from the GTR 99 driver. Obviously, with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, this definitely won't be the finishing driver. And I probably expect, well, actually, it could be the finishing driver. They could get out and get back in again in that amount of time. But this driver won't take the car from now to the finish. We'll have to see what the NFC's driver is capable of, as this is Screaming Goat exiting the pits. I'd say 37.5 on an outlap. It seems pretty quick because obviously they've got to do the pit lane exit with that. Assuming that actually was their outlap. Oh, NFC, yes, they did a 30.3 on their first flying lap, so that's very fast. So potentially they could make some inroads on GTR 99. Maybe even, yeah, if they're getting a second lap, potentially even get themselves back on the lead lap, but that actually wouldn't matter because it's... There's the NFC cutting right in front of us there. we were on board with. Didn't actually catch which car that was. This is the overall leader. So we've got NFC right behind the overall leader, which that would be potentially significant if they could get ahead of this car, because if for whatever reason a safety car or red flag happened, there they are. Then that would benefit them, but we've only seen one safety car today, and it's unlikely. It's unlikely we'll get another one. We're covering most things under code 35. But also the Stratus number 60 car is actually running around in really fast lap times, 28.3 on the last lap. So that'll be hard to overcome. There's GTR 99. So actually the NFC car is... they're actually more like... They're closer to 2 laps down than they are to 1 lap down. I wonder why that is. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the case before. If they had a long pit stop. 2:32 for GTR 99. Yeah, 3:13. They were 40 seconds longer in the pits for the NFC Motorsports Mercedes than for GTR 99, so that's not going to help with them with any chance of catching. So they've lost 40 seconds right there. That could easily be a full stint's worth of work just to make up for that before you even start making any inroads into the class leader. 33.8 this time around for GTR 99. It was a 32.4 for NFC on the previous lap, but we could see that they were quite badly held up by traffic. And that was 89X going through, so they are, well, they're 3 laps behind NFC already. I think it's close to 3 laps, and it's obviously a very big gap to have to try and make up. They'd need some misfortune ahead of them to make any profit. Even slower pit stop for Bruce Innovations. They were at 4:49 for their in-lap versus... Oh, we've got a yellow
Code
flag
35.
out. It is race control is saying both full course caution and code 35. I don't know which.
Something car stop with smoke in turn 4.
Oh, here it is. It is.
Oh no!
It's the Screaming Goat car.
It looks like Verza already out of the car.
Tundra. Let's hope this isn't an active thing and it's just something mouldering away. Otherwise that could be a rather dead BMW. Oh, sorry. Every code 35 is also called a full course caution on the well, not everyone. Well, most of them.
Most, yeah.
Yeah, most. They must have missed it for one of them. But yeah, I was worried that meant safety car. But no, we should be just under regular code 35 here. Doesn't necessarily say that there's any fluid being dropped. So we'll have to keep our fingers crossed for that. So we can get back running again quickly. They're sending out the flatbed. Doesn't have to go very far. The car's parked pretty much at the end of the pit exit. Interestingly, Bruce Innovations have just set their fastest lap of the race on lap 3. Was this 306? Oh, this is one of those things that Brendan was talking about where that car's had penalties, so it's kind of screwed up Race Hero because it says their fastest lap was on lap 306, but they've only done 304. But anyway, it was literally 1 lap before the code 35 came out, and the new fastest lap is at 1:30.055, which is very quick. That's faster than the GTR 99 class leading car has gone all day. They're very quick for a GTO car.
GTR comes back at the top off.
Good strategy call there. Absolutely nothing to lose pitting under a code 35, particularly at this track. So if we do think about back timing, we've kind of worked out that the maximum range, under green at least, for a GTO car is about 43 laps. With these lap times at around 1 minute 30, that is around 65 minutes, which, especially if you add on the pit stop, so 65 minutes, 2 of them will be obviously 2 hours and 10, so we're still 20 minutes away from the point where you could make it with one more stop. However, it obviously somewhat depends how much yellow flag running we get and how much fuel cars drink under yellow flag conditions.
Mhm.
I suspect this code 35 won't take a huge amount of time to clean up. I think that car just needs to be put on a flatbed. The race control log doesn't say anything about fluid being dropped, so hopefully, fingers crossed, the track's nice and clean so that we can get back to green as soon as possible. Well, there's the flatbed without a car. So, okay. Cool.
Okay.
Even quicker then. We do still have one safety fire truck to the left of the screen there. 2 of them, as a matter of fact. Hopefully, it looks like we're going to get them out of the way pretty quickly. I imagine we might be going back to green quite soon. We've got the Kingpin car in the pits ahead of us. We're on board with Liberty Autosports. They're in the pits as well. What exactly are they doing to that Kingpin car? Is that inside the wheel well? At the front?
It was noted for going too slow under code 35, so it's possible that it may
actually
have been having an issue.
That's not what it was noted for taking too long to slow down.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
Apparently it took 16 seconds to slow down, that's a long time. They only got a warning for that. But yeah, and considering that car's running around 100 laps behind the leader, that's kind of pushing the limits, I would say.
Green flag.
Back racing again. Again, we've got about 17 minutes, so let's say 15 to 20 minutes before the GTO cars can think about pitting and only having to pit one more time after that. So The top up there for the 99 isn't necessarily going to help them with that, but obviously it puts them in a position where they can. And I think, am I right in? Oh, Stratus are in the pits right now. Is that right?
The 60 had come in, yeah.
Right. They may have already got back out again. Yes, they have. Just finished the lap. NFC chose not to top off in that safety car period. At this point, they might just be thinking, we've got to make 2 more pit stops no matter what. Why would we bother making one early? But you still get to fill the car up while other cars are going slowly instead of filling the car up while others are going fast. So I still argue it's better to pit under every code 35. But they will have made up a little bit of track position on GTR 99 by not bringing in. I suspect it's very little, considering that the pit lane is a shortcut here. There's the 95 still going around, still catching up with them.
96 has officially moved into second place in GP2.
That's finally ahead of Chattanooga Tornwagen. They've been in the pits. I don't even know at this point. Feels like it's been about an hour. Maybe they've been in the pits.
Yeah.
Oh, there's 95. Well, that's track limits. But they seem to be going quite slow into that corner. So I don't know if that car's suddenly having a bit of an issue.
Interesting line for the open throttle BMW on the straight here, running dead middle of the track, forcing the NFC to go all the way inside.
Always frustrating as a car making the lapping, because it's not necessarily that you have to go further, it's just that the car you're trying to pass is being unpredictable, and when you're really trying to just be safe, just not have avoidable contacts, not cause any damage to your car. It's unnecessary stress when you're having to pass a car that's just not doing what you expect it to do.
Hoo, hoo, hoo. 29.75 from GTR.
That's their fastest lap of the race, which is particularly noteworthy for a car that really hasn't been setting the pace all day. It is now. 30.7 for NFC behind them, 30.7 for 89X as well. So we're seeing like significant drop in lap time at this part of the race, which is no surprise. If we look at the pictures now, it's difficult to even work out where. I don't think actually the sun is on any part of the track. I imagine we've got a bit of cloud cover rolling in from behind the grandstands. But the shadow passed by the grandstand itself is getting much larger, and I think we've got some. You can clearly see from this camera angle some clouds rolling in. We should have the sun really dropping down in the next hour or so. So the track temperature is going to drop off nicely. We've got our weather camera. So actually, no, it's not. It looks pretty clear around that side of the track. Maybe it's just the sun's finally dropped behind fully behind the grandstands now, and it's cooling the track off that way. On board with our race leader. Now with 3 fast guys and Denny. Briefly. Oh, no, they are working. 3 fast guys and Denny still running around in 7th overall. Really not losing huge chunks of time to the GP1 cars around them. Very impressive. The BMW there that doesn't seem to have headlights, certainly doesn't have headlights on. I don't know if they work. We're getting towards the time of the race where I imagine that will become a question race control will ask.
believe that was the 444, the white and yellow one. Does that sound correct?
I'll take your word for it. You're definitely. I'm definitely haven't got all of these cars. It's definitely the white and yellow car. Yeah, white,
Yeah.
blue, and yellow.
Mhm.
I definitely.
Okay.
Not,
Yeah,
I've not
that's
got a
the,
good idea in these cars yet.
The 444. That car unfortunately had a very rough early start to the race. Unfortunately got hit and put into the tire wall in turn 3.
Oh, that was that car. Okay. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was. That's where NFC picked up their 2-lap penalty, which is what has them. Which is really why they've not been able to be fighting for the lead for the entire race so far. Like if we look at timing right now, they are scored as 2 laps behind GTR 99, and I think I think that's more like a 1.8 laps. So
Yeah,
in
and-
theory, they would be in the lead without that penalty for hitting that car.
And we do have a developing story, as both Race Control and Brendan have pointed out. The 99 is dragging its exhaust.
Oh, so that is our GTO class leader, as they have been for the last, I don't even know, 6 hours maybe at this point. We'll have to try and see if we can spot that on their cameras. Most of our cameras are pointing at the front of the cars rather than the back. Is that a rear exhaust car or is that a side exhaust car? The Supra. Here is the 99. Nothing obvious visually.
It is a rear exhaust.
Is that them in the pits? I think it might have been. All right, well that's an interesting development. They're obviously being told they need to fix it because they only pitted 4 or 5 laps ago under the code 35. So big drama here, as we could, if this isn't a very quick fix, we could have a GTO class lead change for the first time in a very long time. NFC Motorsports are already within 2 laps, so I think they were within 2 laps. So that is the 89X car coming through. Turn 2. There's the NFC car. And in fact, they've come across the line.
They're now on the same lap.
Yes, that's right, because the 99's pit box is before the start line, so they haven't finished this lap yet. But yeah, they are both on the same lap now.
So it's a single exhaust exit on the Supra, I believe, on the driver's side of the car. It's just triggered the timing, so it should be rolling.
Yeah, I think they're on the way out to this point. So this is going to be very close, but it's close enough that it's a real race now.
Yes.
I think it's going to be half a lap or so. GTR 99, assuming they topped up, will have quite a significant fuel advantage, but we're still about 10 minutes away from where they would be able to make it on one more stop. So that's not perfect for them, but it is a better position to be in than NFC. NFC is going to come across the line any moment now, and we'll be able to get the real gap.
Yeah, it should be heading towards...
Here it is, coming out of the last corner. Across the line, and it's 45 seconds, so exactly half a lap.
And that will get smaller because the GTR would have tripped timing while doing 35 down pit road.
True, yep.
Zip ties for the win, huh?
Do we think it was a zip tie job? Exhausts tend to be pretty hot.
Yeah. That's true. I'm not sure if they necessarily would replace one of the bushings for the exhaust hanger, but they could have.
Well, let's hope it's a permanent fix. Be a shame if it happened again and they ended up losing the race through, or at least depriving us of a battle through that kind of a small problem. They've come across the line with a 38.1. Obviously, there's an outlap, so they should lose another another 6 or 7 seconds of that gap. So it's going to come down under 40 in all likelihood. There's GTR 99 going through turn 2, and NFC probably is a little bit further around the track. Or is this them here?
It's just them coming up now, I believe.
No, I think that might be 89X.
Yep, sure enough.
Yeah, it is. 89X is going along really nicely at the moment. 30.5 on that last lap, but they are full 2 laps, I think. Nearly 3 laps behind NFC. The gap's 39.6 seconds. So yeah, it's more than close enough now that it's a real race. It will require NFC to be significantly faster than GTR 99, just because obviously they're 40 seconds behind, but they also don't have as much fuel. So they'll be making a longer pit stop. Following the race leader there, the race leader and the 89X in 3 fast going day. I thought this wasn't fluid coming out the right rear of that car just then. Hopefully it was something else. As we again get 2 of the open throttle cars running around together. .0 from GTR 99, so straight back up to speed. Not that there was any suggestion that the exhaust issue would be causing performance loss. 29.3 from Kingpin further down the field. I think the drivers in that car are just out having some fun now, just pushing the car as hard as they can because they've got absolutely nothing to lose. Brendan getting us a few more camera angles back so we can get to see a little bit more variety of action. And hopefully if this battle ever ends up coming together, being able to track it a little bit better around the track. I think that was 99 passing 95. I think 95 might be running slow here. This white MPO1. Either that or it was just very conservative on the brakes.
Yeah, relative to the 160, looking at the lap times, the last 6-7 laps have been consistently in the mid 30s.
As in like 35 kind of range.
Yes.
Yeah, because the last lap was a 37, which yeah is about 10 seconds off the pace for that car. They are cruising into the pits. I think that car might have an issue. Looking like GTR 99 and NFC are pegging each other for the most part for these last few laps.
Yeah, quite close sometimes.
Yeah, very, very competitive with each other, which isn't going to be good enough, obviously, for NFC. 2 hours and 2 hours and 13 minutes to go, so still plenty of time for more drama, more. Well, they were going to get new drivers in the car, for sure. Each car, for sure, at some point. Though plenty that could still happen, but right now it's advantage GTR 99 still. But there's really no more room for error after that loose exhaust issue. We're going to get all 3 open throttle cars together. Oh, no, we're not, because one of them's just gone into the barrier at turn 5. That's an interesting. Firstly, I expect that car's got ABS, but also that's an interesting place to be braking that hard. It's quite a fast corner, turn 5. let's see if they can reverse their way out. Because of the soft barrier, I hope that car's not too damaged. It does look like the front end's bent out pretty badly. Still just waiting on driver to try and find reverse if possible. We've already got race control saying we're going to go to full course caution. There it
I'm
is.
thinking that's the 64.
Oh, and they've reversed up. Well, that car hasn't slowed down yet. Can the car get itself back to the pits?
Oh, did they have a tire go down? Or
No, I think that was
no?
just the wheel, like,
arch.
arch. Yeah. Yeah, I think this car's going to be okay. Obviously not okay, but it's going to be able to get back to the pits. Be interesting to see if it can make left-handers.
So real quick, it does look like that front left is down.
Front left tire, okay.
Yeah, so that could have been why you saw them having to brake, is because the tire went down. It's not really going to turn very well at that point.
True. Cause or effect. It obviously did run that left front tire into the wall pretty hard. But that would explain things a bit. Looked to me like it was the right front that locked.
Yes. Probably because they were trying to get the car slowed at that point because it wasn't turning very well.
Right. So this isn't going to be that quick a Code 35 by the looks of things because they've got barrier repairs to do. All of this is interesting strategically for GTR 99 because they came out of the pits 10 minutes or so before the point at which they'd be able to make it on one more stop. But this is going to stretch that out. Well, reduce the number of laps in the race. And then also they're saving fuel on all of these laps that we're running around under Code 35. So this is starting to make it quite possible, if we get this for another 5 to 10 minutes, to make it quite possible that GTR 99 could go to the end on one more stop, which is increases the advantage they have. It's also reducing the amount of time NFC has to claw back the deficit. Not that they were really doing much of that anyway. But yeah, this is definitely positive, helpful for the GTR 99 car as the open throttle green BMW makes its way into the pit entry.
Yeah, and that's a 63, not the 65.
Right, so with the one that crashed.
Yes.
All right, so that was the higher running car. That was the 8th place car, which was second in GP1. The good news is that if that car does end up losing second in GP1, it's going to lose it to its teammate. And then there's a big gap back to the next GP1 car. 55 laps.
And hopefully if it was just a tire going down, that might not necessarily require lengthy repair.
Yeah, it depends how sturdy that front bodywork and everything is on the BMW, or maybe how many spares they've got. The other thing, of course, is GTR 99 could just splash now, and then they would be able to make it to the end on one more stop. And really, they're not going to lose anything by doing that. So that's probably what I'd do. Certainly what I'd do in NFC's position. They may as well have their penultimate pit stop at this point.
It looks like 89X, I think, is who I see there taking service. And maybe that's the 123 about to... Nope, 123 takes the chicane, I think. Or no,
yes, I think that's who that is.
Yeah.
Yep, so they've decided not to do that. I think they're going to get at least one more lap. A barrier repairs. It might be that they aren't super confident in making it on one more stop from this lap, but maybe give it one more. You could always just hit this lap and top up next lap. if that's what you were thinking.
So is GTR still not taken to the pits?
No, they haven't. I think they've only come past the pits once. I would have thought on this lap there's really no reason for everyone not to. I'd be surprised if there are any cars that can't do a full hour, and therefore this would be the point where you go to the end with one more green flag stop.
Looks like Choice Racing BMW Goods going again after a stop. No, NFC stays out again.
Curious decision. Well, I think we'll be
so
going back to green pretty soon.
So GTR had come in. They recently tripped the line. At least on timing.
Yep.
So yeah, here they are.
So that's going to be GTR with what is currently surprisingly only a 45-second lead. I guess they.
Once we go green, it's going to be even smaller.
Yeah, exactly. They had 40. They had, yeah, just under 40 seconds. Actually, I think it was just over 40 seconds when the Code 35 came out. So I guess the pit stop that they've made under yellow there has cost them a solid amount of time.
It's going to be whatever the time spent on fuel rate is.
Yes.
So if it takes 20 seconds to do, 2 jugs or whatever, that's going to be the difference. Otherwise, they're running around on pit speed.
Yeah, well, there's also the fact that the pit lane is a shortcut, and also the time it takes for however much fuel it is while the other car's running around slowly, which is obviously reduced. But then also the fact that they just pitted very recently. They've actually pitted 4 times in the last 20 laps. So they really shouldn't have had much fuel put in, as we're back to green. So we'll get the actual gap soon, but I imagine it'll be more like 20 seconds at this point. But they're going to have one fewer pit stop to make versus the NFC car.
Mm. And they did manage to beat 89X out. So that's going to keep them 3 laps down.
Yeah, actually, 89X is right behind them.
Yep.
All right, let's GTR 99 across the line. Where is the NFC car?
NFC's already exited the back straight chicane, so it's coming through the front straight chicane now.
Yeah, there they are. 14 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, so long pit stop, I guess, for the GTR 99 for some reason. Maybe double checking that repair they did under green might be a sensible thing to do. With the dragging exhaust.
Yeah, just take a look back there, see how it's hanging.
Yeah, maybe add some more zip ties. The number 11 car, the number of times they've popped up on the race control log immediately after going green track limits. It's 89X really hassling the back of the GTR 99 coming into the final chicane, or towards the final chicane. Again, there's no real benefit for the 89X to get past in terms of, well, we're not expecting any safety cars, and even if there were, it's the overall leader that matters, not the class leader. But that Aston Martin does look very keen to make the pass at least and continue forward progress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you never know how things are going to play out. You know, we've just got underneath 2 hours to go. There's still plenty of racing to go.
Absolutely. That wasn't a slow lap either for the 99. It was a 30.9. So all the cars pushing really hard at the moment. As the Supra manages to get a Mustang in the way. The 89X driver deals with that swiftly. Going into turn 6. They come through 7 and 8. Warning for the 469 car for track limits at the back chicane. 469 is Rapscallion.
Interesting. Greg reports that the Mercedes is in now.
Is it? Its last lap was a 2:21, so that makes sense. At least from that perspective. It doesn't make any sense from a strategic perspective, and it really takes them out of the fight, unfortunately. They'll be at a point where they're obviously going to get to the finish on the same number of pit stops as the GTR 99, but they'll be the best part of, if not a full lap down. I don't know if they must still be in the pits because they haven't triggered the
line
timing, to say that they're in the pits. So that's going to drop them off the lead lap. Really, really confusing strategy choice that. Makes no sense to me.
We'll see how it plays out. The good news is, I believe I saw 44 from PC Racing rolling down the pit road there.
Oh, that's been in the garages for a long time.
Yeah. They're 8 laps away from 7th place, so yeah, let's get back out there.
123 car still hasn't good pit lane. Whatever we want to call it.
Yeah, the timing beam.
Oh no, there it is. Okay, that's confusing.
Well, it's last lap 2:28.
Well, that might have been a full pit stop. Well, not a full pit stop. That might have been them pitting and putting fuel in the car. Did a 2:21 followed by a 2:28. I don't know what that would be. That's weird. a weird amount of time on each of those laps. They followed that up with a 144, which is very slow. So that car might just be in trouble, actually.
Yeah, no reports of it. So it's 8 seconds up the road from these cars right here.
Yeah.
And 89X has got around the 99.
Oh, yep. It has indeed.
So yeah, here comes the NFC car.
It looks completely up to speed at the moment. Every time we've seen it recently.
And there's no reports of it going slow. So maybe for whatever reason it just didn't trip the timing beam to indicate that it had pit.
Well, even if it did, its lap times are weird because usually it would usually have. Let's see. Let's actually get some data on this. Last time it did a green flag pit stop, or one of the previous times, it did a 3:38 in lap and a 1:37 out lap. There's another time where it did a 2:43 followed by a 1:44. Whereas this time it did a 2:21 followed by a 2:28 followed by a 1:44, which doesn't make sense. It should have one of those laps be really long because it's the one that includes the pit stop, and the other one be relatively short because it's just getting out of the pit lane. So I'm very confused about how that's happened. And then the third lap being very, very slow as well. That's like 15 seconds off the pace when it should be up to full speed. Very confusing. I think is the 63 back running again?
Yes, it is. It's
Okay.
37 seconds behind its sister car.
Obviously, very minimal damage from that big hit into the wall. NFC and GTR 99 are now nose to tail, aren't they?
It also did help that.
Oh, okay. NFC's now triggered. Yeah, okay. So it's that
And
bug.
Now NFC's behind both cars.
Yeah, so it is actually running around
Slower.
8 to 10 seconds off the pace. And it did actually come in the pits because I'd completely forgotten once again about that race hero bug, where because they've had a penalty earlier on in the race, all of their triggers happen
2 laps later.
Yeah, 2 or 3 laps later. So it did come in the pits, which Greg obviously told us that. I'm still confused about why its in lap was so slow, but I guess that would make sense if it's got a big problem. So I think the reason why they pitted was because they have a problem. Yeah, we can see them in the background here, taking a really weird line into the chicane. Yeah, I think that car's in a lot of trouble. So it makes sense that car had a really slow in lap because it had a problem. Pitted quite quickly, obviously filled up with fuel, and I guess tried to do something about the problem, and they've come back out the pits again, and the problem's not really any better. They're back in.
They're back again, guys.
Yeah. Well, this is big drama. Unfortunately, ruining our race for the lead, but it does look like they can't get back out again quite quickly. The 89X car is going to take second in GTO, third overall.
So it looks like now they're going to put the car up on jack stands. I missed whatever happened earlier with this car. Greg just mentioned to me that it looked like they only put a can of fuel in the car. Like maybe it was almost like a pickup or a fuel pressure issue. I don't know that, but didn't mention any other sort of attention being paid to the car earlier. Yeah, just fuel. Now it's up on the stands.
There was really there's no reason why they would have been out of fuel.
Yeah.
It was a convenient time to pit because it would have been pretty much exactly the moment where they could make it on one more stop. So that's what I thought they were doing initially, but also very confusing because it was right after the end of the Code 35. So it makes much more sense that this is a problem rather than a strategy choice.
Now they've got I think the right rear tire off. Obviously, we can only see one side of the car from where we stand here. Where I stand.
Meanwhile, 89X is now on the same lap as that car, so they're about to take second in GTO.
And I was saying goodbye to Greg as you were saying it, Scott. But this essentially ruins any sort of intrigue we had at the front of GTO.
It does.
Well,
yeah.
for the lead anyway. I mean, there's obviously still a long way to go here, but
Yeah, well, it puts the 99 in a very comfortable position, for sure. Whereas NFC had an outside chance of being able to chase them down, depending on the next set of drivers.
yeah.
That's obviously gone now. 89X has overtaken GTR 99 and is running around quicker than them, but they're 3 laps down. So big old gap to try and they're not going to be able to chase that down. They're just there in case something significant goes wrong with the 99. NFC have 10 laps to fix whatever the issue is.
Well, it's not fixed. So they sent the car. It's made it about 8 pit stalls further up. And now they realize I don't think they can get it back. Yeah, they can't back it up down the pit lane. So they're going to send the car on an outlap. It looks like it's...
Can't you back the car up on the pit lane? I mean, not under power, but...
Well, you could go chase it down. The crew members go chase it down.
Yeah.
Or at this point, you just complete the lap. Now, it looked like it was kind of...
Looks
come back
fine on...
just in front of the 99.
Yeah.
Like, directly in front.
Yeah, we can see it on... Jordan's picked it up on the external cameras. Really nice looking sunset, by the way.
It's quite nice. The dark clouds add a lot of...
yeah, a little bit of atmosphere.
Yeah.
It looks up to speed.
Well, if we could just get this for the next hour and 50 minutes, it'd be fine.
Oh, now it doesn't. Now it looks like 99's absolutely running him over.
Yeah, so it looks like something at either the left rear or the right rear.
Oh, okay, so it's not fuel related.
Well, that's where they were paying all the attention, right? I didn't think it was fuel related. It also looked like there was some kind of odd rhythmic vibration. I don't know, whatever we want to call it, as it went down the pit lane. But now that it's out on the banking, it's definitely not up to speed. It is the car low and slow way back there.
So, as I was saying, they've got 10 laps. As they came out of the pits, they were actually 7 seconds ahead still of the 89X Motorsports. But
that went away as soon as the car came to a stop at pit stall.
Yes, it did. They've got 10 laps to hold on to their podium position.
Yeah.
I'd suggest if the problem is consistent, just running around at the speed they're at now, they would hold on to third place.
I'm going to just say this based purely on observation.
They're back in the pits.
Yeah, based purely on observation, if they were to do what they're doing now for the remainder of the race, it would break a number of other things.
Oh, really?
At this time, they've come back to the pit lane again. Yeah, and it's... You know when you get a shopping cart with a chunk missing out of the wheel and it goes ta-dum, 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 ta-dum?
Yeah.
It's kind of got that same cadence about it.
Interesting. I wonder what that could be.
Moving the right rear wheel forwards and backward. Yeah.
Meanwhile, 63's in full recovery mode right now, lapping about 5 seconds quicker than the sister car.
One of them is just into the pit lane. Oh, and they've looks like maybe fixed a window net and sent it. It is the 63.
Okay.
Yeah, just paid some very brief attention to the driver's side, and didn't even put fuel in it. Just to tie this up in my brain, the 99, did that car pit specifically to fix the dragging exhaust?
We think so, yeah.
Or was it a separate stop?
Well, it did a separate stop under the last code 35.
Okay.
The green flag stop, I think, was...
Just for the exhaust?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, specifically for the exhaust. Whether they fueled up as well, don't know. Doesn't really matter because they would have filled up at the code 35 stop. So that car should be ready to go to the finish with one more pit stop.
123 is back out.
It's
going a little bit more quickly.
This camera's picking up the lighting. Actually, the lighting looks crazy.
Is this car not up to speed? Or is this just...
Well, last lap was a 44.5, which is okay for them.
Well, that just means Denny's in the car. We're
Yeah, I was
fine.
going to say, do we just make the joke about Denny again?
Absolutely, every time. And as it says on the car, it's Danny.
Does it say that on the car?
I believe it says Danny Stripper.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I think this car might be slow because
Yeah.
that Kimping car is way quicker.
I mean, it's a GP3 car. Oh, no. Well, the GPS speed sensor is a little goofy. Let's see what happens.
it's
here.
only 10 seconds a lap slower than that Kimping car, and that looks like more than that. I think.
Well, this is in half a lap around the oval. Let's wait and see here.
But he's not pitting.
.45.7. A little bit slower, but also had to give way to the Kingpin Supra.
Well, that happened on the back end.
Yeah. It's also worth noting there's no urgency here. They've got 43 laps in hand. Oh, hey to Chad Moorhead, by the way, who's joined us in the YouTube chat. NFC potentially back up to pace.
38.2 is not really up to pace. That's GP2, GP3 kind of pace.
I think that was an outlap.
Ah.
Oh, no, it would be listed as such, wouldn't it?
No,
it'd
because
be
they've
delayed.
they got that weird
Oh,
bug.
right.
But that was not an outlap, I don't think. Because
Well,
they had 2 very slow laps
yeah.
before it. So I think that's a full pace lap, and that's just the speed it's been doing. That's the kind of lap times it's been doing since it grew this problem. Full course caution.
Yes. So, did we notice that the 95 had gone missing in GTU?
No.
Okay, it did. It appeared to end up in the hairpin switchbacks over by 6, 7, and 8. It's been loaded onto a flatbed. They now have to get it across the track. Yeah,
So temporary.
I think so.
Well, that car is second in GTU and very unlikely to lose that position.
I
Considering
don't think there are any other GTU cars running.
Yeah,
right now.
exactly.
Yeah.
Other than the overall leader, so no point in putting mileage on the car. There we go. Finally use that zip road.
I'm intrigued as to what. Oh, and then he's going to cut across the. Interesting. Why wouldn't you? Never mind. Not the pathway I would have chosen here, but.
Ooh. Chattanooga's back on out.
Very nice. It sounded like they were going to try and get that car put back together.
Mhm.
Where does that leave it?
It's
in
third
GP2?
place, still down 20 laps
Yeah.
from second.
Not bad.
It's only 1 lap ahead of Rapscallion.
Oh, that is very interesting, actually. Back to green.
It's also going to pass Dawn Motorsports, the 95, in 6 laps time. But that's obviously for 16th overall and doesn't really matter. But yeah, they've managed to get out 1 lap. And I imagine, it depends when they left the pits. Probably a little while ago. I was going to say, did that code 35 save them from losing a position? But I think they probably got out of pits before the code 35 started. That was track limits from the NFC car. Like, not even close.
The 60 is in.
Yeah, overall leader. Interestingly, was that Code 5 really so short that they? I guess it probably was actually.
Yeah, I don't think they completed any other laps. Yeah.
So they kind of got caught out a bit, I imagine.
Well, sure.
It doesn't matter.
You can
That's what-
afford this.
Yeah. 7 laps in the lead, and there's no other cars in their class running. So yes, I'm sure they won't lose any sleep.
Actually, it looks like the fuel overflow for that car is at the back. They put a little drip tray down just behind the exhaust as they're running a fuel can over. Yellow flag at Spa.
Have they even gone green again?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they went green like 20 minutes, 25 minutes ago.
Oh, well, nice of them to get a full 20 minutes of green then.
Well,
For the
it's
next
sorry,
issue.
it's a local yellow, second 2.
Oh, okay.
There goes the 60. If you ever feel useless, just think about the WRL safety car today.
Oh. Some of these guys are just ignoring that shit.
Everybody's tired. Leave them alone.
Yeah, it's just. Headlights starting to show up on the now.
The 123, 100% just thought about sending it on the 99. Going into the final chicane.
I guess they must back up to 31-0
Yeah.
on the last
Yeah.
lap, so they fixed whatever the problem was.
I would love to know what the story was with that car. Flash of the Blade says at least the weather conditions look decent here. The spot 24 hours on the other hand is hammered by a proverbial monsoon. I don't think it's a proverbial monsoon. I think it is
I think
maybe not meteorologically a monsoon, but monsoon-like conditions.
I think it's standard Ardennes forest weather, to be honest, from what I saw.
Pretty sure we deal with this every year.
Yeah,
No,
it always happens.
isn't a monsoon a very specific, like, ocean-influenced thing?
Probably.
Yeah. I would call it a deluge. But hey, they got, I don't know, I was going to say they were under safety car for shorter than the safety car at Le Mans, but I've lost most concept of time for today, so.
My sleep at Le Mans perfectly overlapped that safety car, so
Same.
as far as I'm concerned, it didn't happen.
Same. I went upstairs and told Layla they were under safety car. I'm like, I think I'm going to go take a nap. So I set alarms every 45 or 60 minutes or so, and until they said they were ready to go back to green, and then poof, I was good to go from like 2
I didn't do
a.m.
that. I completely planned 6 hours of sleep, and I went to sleep before they went to safety car, and I woke up about 20 minutes after they went back green again.
Perfect.
It's great.
Just in time for Candy or whoever it was to bin the 4.
Yeah. The NFC has passed the 99, so that's back to.
Yeah, and then immediately picks up a track limits. Oh, well, they just got a warning. I think this might be a lap.
All on the front
No, it's
chicane.
another warning.
Both of them were on the front chicane. I definitely saw them cut the back chicane, but.
Well, one was listed as because of a mechanical. Track limits of 547. So we're well outside the window.
Oh, that's a third one. The mechanical one. That was before the code 35.
Well, we're
yeah,
outside
that
of the window where that would influence. So we're up to 2 if the track limits, the mechanical one, sorry, didn't count.
Yeah, I think that was them limping back.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've just got 2 track limits ones.
Yeah. So here's Johan, one for the 89 there. Here's where, we had Johann Schwartz up in the booth earlier, and we had a discussion about, him applauding WRL for not installing curbs because you get it wrong every day, and I do get all that. Where it starts to break down is a discussion of, let's say, fairness or reasonableness, I think, is when you do have a pro or pro adjacent in the driver in the car who's really pushing. Right, and you could say, well, it's your job to avoid the track limits, but pavement's pavement to a driver that's locked in, right?
Well, yeah, and it's also someone's job to be the judge of fact on this.
Sure.
Also, I would argue that the barriers are there.
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
if one of them will end your day as well, you just don't hit them.
Yeah.
Same with the curb.
Yeah, don't put yourself in that position.
Yeah, just if you don't take that risk. 26.4 for the Stratus number 60.
That's quite good.
That's their fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
The fastest lap of the race is a 25.5, so they've got a fair way to go to match that from the 58, the blue car. The 89X has put a lot of time into the 99 since the restart.
I wonder if there is a renewed sense of confidence with the track temperature now having substantially decreased, and the drivers have cycled back around to where that car was really slick earlier on.
Sure. I would also say there's probably a renewed sense of confidence from the 99 that they're going to win.
Yeah.
Like, why bother?
But I mean, even the 89X's days, I don't think I've seen 30s out of that car for. Prior to this stint, it's been time. Well, 31s and 30s consistently, I guess.
GTR 99 did a 30 on this, so that whatever driver's in the car now is capable of that.
They're just not pushing anymore.
Yeah,
32, 33, 32, 32. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where they are at the moment. I don't know how permanent their exhaust fix was as well. They might be avoiding curbs at this point and trying not to bounce the car around too much. .25.7 for the Stratus number 60. Is that not the fastest lap? Oh, 5.69 is the fastest, and they just did a 7.16, so very close now to the fastest lap of the race. The track is obviously in the best condition, or as good a condition as we've seen it all day.
Open throttle fight, let's go.
Is that for position?
Yes, that is. That's for second in GP1. The 63 did not hear no bell.
I don't think it's going to be much of a fight. That 63 is significantly faster. There you go. I can't tell which one is which.
I'm pretty sure 63 was the one with the greenish blue LEDs.
They're still behind at the moment.
I have good news, gentlemen.
Oh, is that good news, Tyler?
It is. How did you know? What?
That's impressive.
How did you know?
It's my job to follow things.
Amazing. I have no idea what's happening. Anyway, Tyler Hoffman has joined us out of the Kingpin number 11 Toyota Supra. Tyler, thanks for coming up.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, well, there we go. Gives you a little bit of volume here.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, we got it now.
Nice.
All right. So your day started poorly, and then got better? Question mark.
It did. It did. Today was a good test, a character, and really gives the team the opportunity to show what they're made of. So we rolled to grid. We qualified P2, and we had a good effort there. The team gave us a great car, and we rolled to grid. First car to grid. Not typically something that we try to be, but today we were feeling good. You know, like, let's be the first car to grid. So we roll out to grid. Our car chief, Jason Howe, turns it off, and big puff of smoke comes from under the hood. And I walk over, and he's got the hood up. And I'm like, well, he must be just checking things, right? So long story short, AC compressor locked up, shredded the belt, and the AC compressor pulley would not spin, so we did not have a car for the first. The guy spent 2.5 hours thrashing on the car, and that we only missed about. Fortunately, we were the first car to grid because it gave us a little bit more time and lead way to work on the car. So we ended up missing, I think, the first 75 minutes of the race, and ultimately we went 34 laps down, and so we started on the back foot, but that's okay.
It's not a bad recovery, all things considered. You're slightly more than 34 laps down at the moment. We had some tribulations since then?
We have. So basically, once we were 34 laps back, because we didn't have AC in the car, which everyone likes to give it. You get a hard time about it, right? You got air conditioning and paddles, and it's a factory-built car, which are all true. But the car is designed to work with AC. So when we didn't have AC in the car, all of the components started overheating, and like we were popping, we popped a breaker to the point where the breaker failed. So we swapped it with another one, and basically it was just the car was overall had heating issues or cooling issues, the lack thereof, and it wouldn't run as intended, unfortunately. So we spent some time in the garage and just trying to get the car right and get everything ironed out for Road Atlanta next month, because it's going to be just like this, and it's going to be hot. So
I was out resetting cameras earlier. The thought crossed my mind, like, oh, we're going to be at Road Atlanta in a month, and it's not going to be better.
No.
We're going to be doing this all again.
No, it's like a part of me hopes it rains, because then at least it won't be so hot.
Sure. It'll be 100% humidity, but
you'll sweat, but you'll already be wet. So what does it matter, right? So, it's been a hell of a day, and we're returning laps. We're having a good time. The car's still fantastic. And WRL puts on a great event as always.
Yeah, you guys, for pace, are actually quicker than the GTR car. You put in a fastest lap than your Toyota stablemate there.
We've got a good car. The team's kicks ass. Yeah, we've got a really good car, and we were here. I mean, the guys have been here late every night, and they've been working, and it shows. So now I don't think I've ever talked to anybody from Kingpin. I know you've talked to Ryan at previous events before. Was the decision, you guys were in a Porsche Cayman prior to this, right? The GT4. Was that the move to the Supra simply a matter of, hey, this Cayman's getting a little long in the tooth, let's go get something different, or was it a competition-based decision? A bit of both.
Okay.
We were able to see how well the Supra campaigned last year. We also saw how well it did in SRO and IMSA. Which are also things that we pay attention to.
Sure.
So a lot of it was competition based, to be honest. Deep down, I'm still a Porsche guy.
Sure.
And I'm very, biased to the brand for sure. And we're even running a Lamborghini and IMSA. It's still the Porsche looks really nice.
Yeah. Would you run the Cup car, or is that a little out there?
No, the Cup car is great. So actually, Glenn McGee and I are going to be teammates later this year. Over at we're doing a 12-hour race at Spa together.
Awesome.
So another guys brought the three of us together to go run in Belgium later this year, which is going to be awesome. So hopefully it won't be this hot. But big fan of the Porsches are great, but ultimately it was performance based, and the Supras. Toyota's made a fantastic product. This car is great. Really, really surprised that we lost just the AC compressor locked up like that, which is really unfortunate. But as they say, that's racing. But still happy with the product nonetheless.
For sure. Am I right in saying yesterday, this thought just kind of crossed my mind, did you guys have a problem with the car yesterday afternoon, stopped somewhere out on track?
Yeah, we did, but that's just because we ran it a little bit too low on fuel.
Oh, okay. Sure. Gotcha.
That was going for qualifying.
So I was sitting here this morning as this was all kicking off, and I noticed you guys hadn't made the grid. I thought, oh, well, maybe there's a carryover from yesterday, big thrash in the morning to get it put back together. Obviously, all separate issues. And it's as you said, very unlike a Supra GT4 to have any of those issues. To see the car stopped on track or not make the grid for some reason. So, glad you guys got back out there. And again, the pace that you actually just took 5th on that lap.
Nice.
There you go.
There we go. I mean, if the goal was we could stay out on track, I was hoping we'd claw our way back up to 5th. And that goes to show the race isn't over, obviously, but it's just a testament to the team and the guys that we have under our tent and the never say die. You guys seem like racers. You're going to run it to the end, or know that you got 5th? Is this we're here.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, we're running.
So what does the rest of the Kingpin racing season look like? We already know you're going to be at Road Atlanta in a month's time, but what does the future look like?
So for the rest of this year, for WRL, we're going to run, we will run Road Atlanta, Sebring, and Coda.
Okay.
So we're going to hit the bigger ones. And then the team itself, we also do a lot of HSR this year.
Oh, yeah.
And
what do you run in HSR?
So we actually run the Porsches in HSR.
Oh, okay.
So our WRL old cars have actually become ironically our historic cars.
Sure.
And
there's a lot of that going around.
You're right. So we run those in HSR now, and Mike Mike Cobb here. He runs. He smokes everybody. He's got guys selling cup cars to go back into club sports because
dang,
he's the way he gets classed and everything in HSR. He runs against cup cars.
Yeah,
and he had somebody at Road Atlanta a couple weeks ago like looking at the back of this thing to see if it's got a bigger motor in it, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, so we do a bit of HSR, but it's the endurance stuff is a big priority of ours. So we look forward to doing another 3 weekends of this.
Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you out at the, I guess Sebring's the Eastern Championship and then the National Championship there at Coda, and of course next time out at Road Atlanta. Should have a bigger field. You guys looking forward to everything that's going to throw at you?
Always.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's big fields are fun. You know.
Yeah, man. Missed it here a little bit, but hope you enjoyed your time here at Charlotte. We certainly have, and even for all the trouble you guys have had, it looks like once you got the car running, it's been a great day for you.
Yeah, it's been great. We're having a good time. It's hard. It's hard when you start the day and you're rolling out on track 34 laps down is tough for the team mentally. Yeah. But no one yelled. Nobody got upset. Nobody. You just deal
even
with
in
the
the
task. Yeah. There's that's one of that's something about the team is you don't yell. You don't lose your shit. You deal with the task at hand and you move forward. And if there's something that could have been better, been different, or whatever. Yeah. You reconvene, talk about it afterwards, and improve for the future.
And you guys have been around a long time. We've seen the King Pig name, I think, since we've been involved in the series back in 21, 22 maybe.
Yeah.
And you guys keep coming back and putting the fight out. And yeah, it's great to have you guys. I know you may be back in the car possibly before the end.
Maybe. We'll see. We got David Hodge in the car now, and he's cooking. He's smoking. Pace has been really good, like you said, and I think he just did our best lap here a little bit ago. We just stick it up. I think we stick it up.
Just for fun?
Yeah, why not?
I love it, yes.
We could have gone, we could have stretched, we've just done right sides. I was like, well, it's getting dark. Why not?
I had wondered if somebody was going to do it. You got to pull the trigger. If you got the tires laying around, just give it a shot.
I know. So we stickered up. We did all four, and then I think we actually let our buddies at Bruce Innovations have a set of stickers as well because they just wanted to sticker up, have fun. So Glenn and Steve are gonna get to set some good laps here at night. So this is it's a really cool track. So I haven't ran the full Roval before. Mm-hmm. Ran the infield a little bit, but I haven't ran the full Roval, and this is a really neat configuration.
I was thoroughly impressed when I got here on Thursday. I was expecting not Daytona, but it's hard to scale Daytona down in your brain. So you walk in or you drive in under the tunnel and everything's just right there in front of you. You know, the grandstands are much closer. The ovals are tighter radius. The banking's, not steeper, but it's certainly in your face more.
It's encompassing very much.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And then you get out onto the infield and some of it's, a little flat or has some camber to it. But the elevation here at the exit of 6, you come through 7, you're pointed skyward at a concrete wall with a blind exit. You don't get that a lot of places.
No, you don't. Yeah. And this for a Roval, you get some snippets of how, kind of some Sonoma feel in a Roval.
Interesting, yeah.
Just a lot of blind, on camber, off camber. It's a cool track, I think, I don't know, I don't know the details of the logistics behind it, but I'm surprised that more people don't run here. And the track has quite a bit of character with the surface and everything else. It's, they've been improving Daytona.
Sure.
And
have you seen the pictures?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure their reasons are what they are, and I'm not going to change them.
Sure.
Overshot that one.
Yeah, there's 55 AOA MX-5 has been. They put headlights on the car, but they also appear to have added smoke somewhere out of the rear of that car as well.
Well, to be fair, the hood is, they had to put new headlights.
The car's a mess.
Yeah, they've had a day. I came through, I think 2, and they had just stopped moving.
Yeah.
And I hope that driver's okay because that looked like a tough hit.
Yeah.
So
with all that being said, I know you've got to get back down to the pit lane. I'll ask you one last question because I'm now on this campaign. Even for all of the concerns about walls being closed and this kind of having a street circuit feel to it, WRL at Charlotte, overall positive?
Yeah.
Yes, come back?
Yeah, positive. Come back. If we can come back in April or May, that would be sweet.
Yeah, agreed.
It is. And I know, people who I don't even know are giving me a hard time, which I love, in the YouTube chat. I think it's great. I love it. It's hilarious. Because I was someone said that the race should start at 10 p.m. and then run 12 hours, and I was like, yes, please.
Yeah, okay, that was you. Yeah.
I was like, absolutely. And it's just being a driver up here complaining because he didn't have AC for a day. But
Okay, that's extreme though. That really is oversimplifying the situation behind the wheel of a car with no AC.
it might be, but at the end of the day, that's what it is. So call a spade, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it was funny, but yeah, absolutely. Like it's been great, and we'll have a better car in the future because of it. It'll be a little bit more resilient. But yeah, RJ, if you get a note from someone or you hear this, let's come back in spring or fall.
Love it.
This would be really fun in fall too.
I think it'd be fun regardless, just not when it's 95 degrees out and heat index of 100.
It's quite hot, yeah. Shout out to all the safety crew and all the corner workers and all the staff here busting your ass and all the WRL officials on pit lane because it is hot and there's not a ton of airflow, and these guys and girls make it happen for us, so thank you all.
They make racing happen.
We couldn't do it without them,
absolutely.
You know, and they're actually the crews here getting, dealing with broken cars and crash cars and everything else. They've been getting people off track clean. Like, there's been nothing. The driving's been pretty good this weekend, and it's been a good. Overall, it's been a really, it's been a positive experience, and we look forward to coming back.
Awesome. Tyler Hoffman from Kingpin Racing, the number 11. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Yeah.
Officially.
For sure. For sure. You're welcome up here anytime.
Cool. We'll see you at Atlanta. Thanks, guys.
Tyler helping us kill 15, 20 minutes or so there.
Yeah, sadly not a lot happened in between, as far as I can work out. Beyond, the Kingpin taking 30. It's interesting you said they started 34 laps down. What that means is that if they'd had a clean run since then, they'd be sixth overall. Just to kind of show how it's always worth plugging away. Yeah, I think I noticed an hour or so ago that they were showing signs of being a group who was just out to have fun for the last couple of hours of this race, and that sounds like sticking some sticker tires on the car. Fun thing to do every now and again, isn't it, when you got the opportunity?
Yeah, and speaking of going out and having fun, during the interview, the 60 Stratus reset fastest lap.
So they did?
Yeah. 25.5.
Yeah, so this is racer hour here.
You noticed they did it by 7,000. Didn't get it by much. They built those Stratus cars as exact clones of each other, apparently.
We have seen those NPO1s in so many different configurations over the years and various stages of development. I think the Stratus cars are basically identical now, but
yeah, I know when Racer Motors were developing their car, they were changing the car, developing the car every single race. It was a different car, and Stratus were doing the same thing at the same time in different ways.
It seemed like it was the kind of standard NPO1 Evo kit that had been developed over the course of maybe 2 seasons or so that was sold, and then everybody took the Evo kit and said, okay, now what's next?
Yeah, I mean, it sounded more like to me like it was a continuation. It was just
that's what I mean.
Yeah, and there was no sort of like line in the sand and then start again and see what you can improve. It was just that car's it's a great little car, but obviously certainly a couple of years ago, maybe less so now. Although we've only seen one of them go. That one didn't even go faultlessly. The 60, did it? It's had a problem earlier in the race, but
it was one of the. I was going to say it was one of the first cars to have a problem. It's not quite true.
It was an early car to have a problem. Yeah. But it's definitely a car where there's been lots of room for improvement, and it's getting there and getting there and getting there. I would still love to see somebody else come up with something different for the GTU category and see what happens.
VW Fun Cup.
Yes, we know your opinion on that.
No. Listen to me. What position would a VW Fun Cup finish today?
I don't know. We have no idea what the performance would be like.
I've got an idea. I think it would have been below. So I don't think it's never going to beat a perfect NPO1, like a perfect day for one of the NPO1s. But anybody else that loses any meaningful amount of time, and I think it'll be all right. I think it would have ended up second today. In GTU, to be clear.
Oh, you don't
but
think
if you finish second
every
every
second
event,
overall?
No, I don't think that.
Okay.
if it were to finish second every event in GTU. Think of the points haul. Maybe this is how we start VW Fun Cup USA. Right? Whereas in France it runs as its own series, and in the UK it kind of runs as its own series. Maybe the way we get it involved here in the US is for it to become its own class or mixed in with GTU.
Well, there's nothing stopping anyone. I don't think.
Well, I've got nothing better to do. Well, my calling. You guys. Anyway, there's your VW Fun Cup moment for this WRL weekend. The 89X has been into and out of the pit lane, and I think it's early.
Yeah, it's certainly too early to make it to the end.
Is it?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Checkered is headed back out, by the way, from the looks of things.
Certainly, if it can only do less than 30 laps, which it did on the last run, then yes, it's way too early. And
its longest run today, well, let's just trust Joseph math, shall we? 42 laps.
That is not 75 minutes, 76 minutes.
No.
It's about 65 minutes.
Now that's an odd one. I didn't notice it do anything. And it's certainly back up to speed. Not like they're nursing anything.
Yeah, and they're only, well, last lap they were only 13 seconds ahead of NFC. I think that means they were exiting the pits on that last lap if it was a 140. So they've probably been overtaken. So they're probably actually very close to each other on track. Here's a 9. Here's a 99. The NFC car in the background on the oval.
NFC is at the exit of the bus stop.
Yes, it was actually. Wow,
Yeah.
that was an amazing spot. Well, they're nowhere near 89X in terms of like plus or minus 5 seconds.
Yeah, there goes 8-9.
Oh, they've gone through.
No, it's going to be about 14 seconds, actually.
Okay.
Here they come.
Okay, so that was a full out lap then. It's 12 seconds.
May get pinged on track limits here.
Yeah, the gap is 12 seconds, and NFC just did a 29.9. Very fast. Much quicker than, well, over a second quicker than what NFC, or what 89X is capable of doing right now, it seems. So, yeah, that gap's going to close up pretty quickly. NFC, well, they probably both have 2 pit stops to make, but, actually, no, that's not true. They probably both have 1 pit stop to make. Sorry.
One more, yep.
89X is, in theory, is much shorter, because they should only have 10 minutes of fuel to put in. But that's assuming they can do a 42 laps.
The Chattanooga Tourenwagen car came out, did a lap, and is now back in. It looks like they're going to come to the wheel. I was going to say it looks like coming to their pit crew, but actually just going to make the hard left into the paddock. At the same time, the 701 rejoins.
All right.
Oh, I spoke too soon.
Damn you.
They came out of the paddock and went halfway down the pit lane and made the left turn back in.
So they're running a different layout today.
Well, unfortunately, it's a layout that doesn't ever cross the start-finish line, so they're not going to get credit for much. So the 123 here is beginning to push the boundaries at the last apex of the final chicane here.
Well, it's running very fast. 29.2 on the last lap.
That's part of the reason.
Yeah.
Is we're...
And
again,
even faster.
It's tough because now the blue line has rubbered in. Or I guess more importantly, the white line has rubbered in. I don't entirely blame the driver, especially in a situation where they're pushing. Now, that being said, there's an hour and 12 minutes to go, and it's definitely able to lap more consistently quickly than the 89.
Well, yes, but it's got to make up for the shorter stop the 89's got to do. So they do need to push.
Yeah,
really
no,
hard.
that's true. That's a very good point.
Here, Jordan's found the 89X for us going into the bus stop, and here, yep, is the 123. Not pushing the boundaries too hard on that.
No,
chicane.
not on the entry.
Certainly not on the entry, but the middle looked fine as well.
Likely the final stop made for the 392 from Harrison Motorsports. Your GP1 class leader by 7 laps over the 63 from Open Throttle Racing. Fastest lap, personal best for Kingpin Racing, 128.9. Track looks quite good in the setting sun.
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially with the clouds. Had a nice, good rosy color in a few areas.
When I was out doing my last round of cameras there, a number of photographers at various points in the infield and around the banking, actually. Getting, I think they're sunset shots.
Hope they're enjoying the Jumbotron.
I know I am. The brightness hasn't been turned down yet from the daytime. It is, it's staring me in the face, man. What we need is what I need here is a booth camera.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I've been asking for this for years, just for the interviews.
World's brightest World Racing League logo.
Why is it doing this?
It's staring you in the face.
It sure is.
Been doing this all race.
I want this to turn into a Pac-Man.
Oh man, what an idea. Jordan, how good are you with animations? Custom animations. Oh boy. we might have to run that one through RJ first. If you've joined us at any point today, including especially now, thanks for being with us. I would go so far as to say that our endurance race today has been one of them to have run. Possibly also the cleanest, based on what I've seen out of Spa.
Oh, the cleanest to run today?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's not how the track goes.
No. I think we're about to get another one. No, that didn't look great.
There's 89X going through, and this is the 123 NFC car. That gap is closing. It's down to 8 seconds. That was a minute and a half. I guess we'll see where it is at the end of the lap.
Kingpin is in, Liberty Autosports is in, and the 444 from Bruce Innovations also in the pit lane.
I think Kingpin just went out to a fast lap, and they're like, "Yeah, bring her on in."
No, well, I just asked Tyler that question. I just said,
"Yeah, that
you guys aren't going to pack it in here, right?" No, you're going to run it. I think this is the last stop. It looks like they're about due. And actually, if you ask
this is the right time. Yeah.
If you ask the script, they're 10 laps overdue.
Well, you can see they have the driver door open here, so they're doing something.
Yeah, I think it's just a driver change. I imagine most teams are swapping drivers every stop.
Every driver gets a turn to go out and set the fastest lap.
7 seconds is now the margin for second in GTO.
Interesting on board from Three Fast Guys and Denny. The is that the drink cable that occasionally goes swinging by?
Looks like
it. Yeah, looks like it.
That has been a problem for the last 3 hours. That thing is flapping around in that cockpit. Sometimes you see the driver mess with it in the banking to get it out of his way.
Denny, you got a track limit warning. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was attacked by the cable again.
See how it's...
Bonk.
Yeah, it's right in his face. It's been doing that for several hours.
Just put it in your mouth. Take a drink. Keep it there. wrapping around his hand. Bad lap there from NFC. Oh, relatively bad. It was still better than an 89X, but I think they got lapped by the 60. That's why they lost a bit of time.
Hasn't happened yet. 60 is directly behind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw them flash across at the same time. Oh, the 60's camera's working again.
Oh. Sentinel cooled down.
This looks really cool now with all the lights.
Right?
But yeah, it's got a Daytona 24-hour vibe to it, especially on board a prototype. Difference is the prototype is getting run away from on the straights by GT cars.
I know over the years that we've had these questions of RJ Tail, and we ask every time he volunteers to run an interview, which is maybe why he doesn't do that many interviews, about running a 24-hour race again. Is it in the cards for WRL? Where would you do it? And his response is basically, we're into it, but every time we ask, the track says no, except for basically Sebring. I mean, Sebring tears cars apart. And
personally, I prefer 12 hours.
I know.
I don't really see the appeal to 24 hours.
No, and I got to be honest with you, I like the 14-hour at Daytona, and I really don't mind the fact that it is that particular race distance. Like, I don't care about classic race distances. I also really didn't mind sleeping in an extra 2 hours this morning. Being here at 8:15 instead of at 6:15.
Well, even if it's as much as like 16 hours, where it really, really fills the day, at least it's one day, and we're not just doing, who's best at sleep deprivation. Does anyone really find that fun? So
I've spoken like somebody who just did a 24-hour race.
Well, yeah, that was a different story. But most of the times I'm with 24-hour races, I'm pretty done by 16 hours. I'm like, do I really have to do the rest of this?
I enjoy it as a photographer, but
that's just specifically for dawn stuff.
Oh yeah, just all the different lighting, different corners.
So I'll say this: when we did our coverage out of the 25 hours of Thunder Hill, the field was pretty well set. Come say like 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, which is 4 hours to go. We didn't have a whole, massive amount of change. Pit stop for the 123, by the way. That'd be very close to making it to the end. I think it should be safe.
Yeah,
I think it should be safe.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, but you got some truly bizarre stuff that happened overnight. Like really.
Whoa, big lookout.
55.
That's
with headlights though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Tyler had just mentioned they had to install new headlights.
Yeah.
On that car.
I don't know how you blow that shit by that much. Something, unsurprisingly, something mechanically unsound with that car, I guess.
That car's been through it today.
I think this is them in the pits now.
It is not. It is GTR 99.
Oh, okay. Well, this will be their final pit stop.
Yep. Four laps early, according to our tracker here. But again, I don't think you fuss over 4 laps.
No, and it's within range. 42 laps should take them through the end of the race.
Anyway, just to tie up the 24-hour discussion, I think RJ has even made pleas to places like Daytona to say, well, if you won't let anybody else do 24s, like, just the Rolex on it, and other obvious things, can we do like a 25, right? Can we do just make it slightly different, right? And I think most tracks just aren't interested in all that. But I do wonder, the old Charlotte Motor Speedway, find a waiver in there somewhere.
Well, 14, 16, all works for me. Sure. That's a good distance. Even 10. 10's enough most of the time.
Petit Le Mans.
Exactly.
Where do you stand on distance versus time, Scott? What's your...
I was a bit sad when Petit Le Mans went from 1,000 miles, but I get it. I think everyone actually at the event could really do with it knowing exactly when it's going to end.
It's TV is the big driver there.
Sure, but I
it's not
imagine
the on-site.
Yeah, but even so, it's got to be better for anyone on site.
Sure, yeah,
including the competitors.
Is it?
I don't know. Isn't
no, I think for the competitors, the lap certainty is probably a little bit easier to manage.
It's certainly for sure. Like I freaking hate iRacing having sprint races that are timed. So you don't know what to do with fuel, and it's not in a fun way. It's you'll either go right and I'll feel fine, or I'll screw it up, or it'll get screwed up by luck.
That's the thing, is they don't even have safety cars, so it's not like you're gonna have a random split that runs 10 minutes longer than everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
You're still fitting it into the same window.
And the series that do have safety cars, the Oval series, they're all lap based.
Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, no, I would be very much the sprint racing, and it would absolutely should be. Well, again, like in the real world, it makes sense for them to be time based because you're probably running multiple sprint races in the day. Yeah. You need to know when they're going to end, so that makes sense.
Yep.
Endurance races, there's less reason for them to be time based because it's probably the only event you're running that day. I don't really mind. Is the answer. I kind of wish Petit Le Mans had stated it was because it's not that historic. It only started in '98, but 1,000 miles was just what it was.
Well,
you can do both like they used to do, 1,000 miles or 10 hours.
I don't think that event ever went to 10 hours. I think every time it ran as
was it not really, really wet some years?
Every year it was wet and was supposed to go and could have theoretically gone to time. It ended early. Like they threw the checkered after a couple hours of running. I was there in 09. We're 3 wide around the banking with the MX-5, the AOA car.
No, it's not in real world racing. It's not something that bothers me at all. It can go either way. In sim racing, I have opinions.
You don't have this massive, crazy attachment to. It's got to be the 1,000 kilometers of Spa, the 1,000 kilometers of Silverstone, all that.
1,000 kilometers is too short for modern.
Agreed.
Cars.
Yeah, agreed.
I think I would do if it wasn't for the fact that you get that done in 4 hours. It's not.
Sure.
It's not a. You would lose more from those historic events becoming too short than you would gain from the distance being correct and historic.
LMH and LMDH, let's say hypercar, because it's a slower formula, you're probably closer to 5:15. I think you're going to be finishing racing with 4 and change.
IMSA should be 1,000 kilometers
baseline.
Yes.
Yeah.
Way too short as it is.
500 miles.
Actually that would be America, so we don't do metric. But also that is more like somewhere around 4 hours is probably like ELMS essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
IMSA is the American version of ELMS. I don't know why those two aren't what's the word? In synergy, I guess.
Well, there's manufacturing that you don't have in ELMS as such.
Hoots, great word. Well, I didn't necessarily mean the classes. I meant the distance.
Sure. Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys have been paying attention for these past couple laps coming through the shot. We've seen Rockwell Porsche back out on track.
Yeah. Oh, this car is really smoking. Yeah, it's the same car again. So maybe that wasn't a lockup. They just literally blew the chicane and just have a smoky car. I think it was a lockup.
It was at the time, yeah.
Sorry, I actually missed what JT was saying because I was distracted with smoke. What was...
It's pitting, by the way.
That the Porsche came in from Rockwell Auto Sport Development has come back out.
Nice. Rolls down a long way. 29th. Done 114 laps.
Unfortunately, that's not even enough to have it classified, but given the
not even close
significance of where that car was or what it looked like when it came to grief down on the apron of turn number 1, I'd say it's a pretty fine rebuild and recovery. And like Tyler Hoffman mentioned from Kingpin, the car will be better for it, right? In being a new build, you expect some teething issues and some growth issues. And you hope that once something fails, as long as you've traced it far enough up the failure chain, that you won't have repeated failure, or if you know how to handle those sorts of issues and or prevent them.
Big Fast Guys and Denny coming in for their last stop.
89X, are they in? They are in.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting.
It is really interesting. 123 is coming through. 123 is going to cross the line. That is the change for second in GTO.
89X shouldn't be in here. Maybe they're back timing a bit. They've crossed the line.
With code 35, you wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you push always with code 35. You go as far as you can in the hopes that you get bailed out, but your pit stop isn't under green.
Yeah, so they only pitted like 15 laps ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's confusing. I also would have expected their pit stop to be shorter, given that they were very close to being able to make it. They only needed 10 minutes of extra fuel. So yeah, keep an eye on that car. Something going on. We've had the discussion in the past. It could be that there's a driver that has paid for a certain amount of time, and they wouldn't have got. They needed to do a driver change to get that driver in.
Yeah.
Which obviously would take a bit longer than 10 minutes worth of fuel, and would mean pitting early so the driver gets their time. It's a shame to lose a position that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. We've seen that car make some interesting strategy choices in the past, particularly when it was when they were running the Camaro. I remember them having a really, really good day at Road Atlanta on the Sunday before quiet hours at 10 a.m. and it was all foiled by pitting at the wrong time before the safety car and the subsequent red flag. So it's obviously a well-prepared car. I just hope they haven't replicated that type of strategy decision that that could have kept them out there, basically waiting on the code 35 to come in and make the stop. I mean, the reality was
could have been the code 35 gets them to the finish as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Not that you wouldn't just come in and top up at this track. But yeah, you would absolutely wait for that.
Yeah.
Bruce Innovation's in as well.
Already gone, I think.
Yeah, they've triggered the thing, so they're on the way out. Actually, they are one of the teams with the bug, so they probably pitted, 3 laps ago.
Do we have any battles left from here to the finish? I don't think so.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. Yeah, all in all, it's not been a slog. We've had moments where the race has really kind of picked up, and there for the first few hours there was actually a fair amount going on with players that we don't normally get to see at the front of their respective fields. I actually kind of unironically wonder if this would have functioned better as an 8-8 or an 8-7.
Well, considering the small field, I think it's a good thing to get it done in one day.
Yeah, that's fair. And I also know that Charlotte is not renting for a second day can be prohibitive, or I guess a third day in this case could be prohibitive.
It's 20 seconds, the gap between NFC and 89X. But obviously, there goes the 99 race leader.
And there goes the 123.
3 laps between those two cars.
So if we were to correct for the 2-lap penalty for the 123, this would be essentially a battle for the 123 to get back onto the lead lap.
Correct.
Yeah. Actually, have there been additional penalties applied to that car since then?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, it's just the wheel bearing or whatever that issue was. That probably, effectively cost them from being I think nearly a lap in the lead to being now a lap behind if you remove the penalty. But that's not how racing works. So
No, obviously not.
the 99 isn't going around that quickly, which means that the gap is dropping because 123 is stuck behind them. It's down to 18.7 now.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So, and this is them now, and that's the move. That's the 123 going past. So that shouldn't continue. I'm not expecting 89X to suddenly be able to close this 19 second gap. But worth noting, it did come down a little bit there, and we're going to need NFC to at least match the 89X pace, keep this position, because it's not over if 89X can find the speed. This is that just a really awkward line for that open throttle car, or were they in trouble?
Quick peek out the window suggests everything's all right.
Okay. Yeah, I think they were letting some cars pass and took a really awkward line because of it into the backstreet chicane.
Race leader absolutely pinching the 392 around oval 3 and 4. Really sure why that was necessary. But that was 2 cars fit into a space that was about 2.1 cars wide, with
31.
Half the track above them.
31.6 that lap for NFC, and they were held up for half of it. So yeah, they should be able to match the 89X pace.
I think so. The only thing they're going to have to be really careful of is track limits. And at this point, if your raw pace is somewhere down in the 30s, you go no risk on track limits, right? You've already picked up 2 strikes since roughly 8 o'clock, 8:15, something like that. You really, I guess, theoretically could afford 1 more, but you really can't because there's no recourse for it. If you pick up the lap penalty, it's not like you can say, oh, well, we'll just push really hard and we'll make the gap up, because you don't have that much time in hand.
Yeah.
And you don't have that much time left.
Also, 20 seconds is close by endurance standards, but with 50 minutes to go, that would take some catching, so you don't need to be pushing to the absolute limit.
And that's my point, right? He kind of got himself parked up behind the 99 there for a couple of corners, and rather than force the issue, again, no risk. You've got the position, you've got the pace, generally speaking, and everybody's made their final pit stop, so you really don't have anything left to be concerned about other than the potential for a track limits penalty.
18.0 now. So this will be NFC's.
Again here.
Well, this will be NFC's first clear lap into getting past 99.
31.1.
That was the last. Oh no, that's this lap. So yeah, that's going to match what 89X can do. They've just held up through turn 1 and 2 quite significantly.
31.8, yeah. It seems like that low 31 is about the best that the 89 can do at the moment, and that's kind of the baseline for the 123.
It is. A little bit curious because both cars have done 28s earlier in the race.
Look at the glow off of the Speedway TV. That's like the leg lamp in A Christmas Story. That is,
take your word for it,
beautiful.
Oh, yeah, from the onboards. Bloody hell.
Isn't that beautiful?
it's something.
What do we think it'll take to convince iRacing to put some DriverSeye live footage onto the Speedway TV?
Instead of their own advert from 2008 on repeat.
Nice Easter egg. Race leader into the pits. Oh, this car had already made its last stop.
I saw one of Joseph's messages at the bottom of the screen saying that the 60 is due in about 5 laps.
Oh, well, that'll take care of that then.
So I assume, no, they haven't pitted.
Driver change.
Yeah, it's been a long time since they pitted.
Yeah, well,
not a long time. 36 odd laps, 37 laps.
And laps do go quickly here. Oh my. 369 just making a mess of the front chicane. Gets it gathered up, but I think we'll probably cop track limits here in the meantime.
We've got open throttle cars getting warnings left, right, and center.
Which one?
64 and then 63
Yes.
for track limits.
Yeah, I heard the 63 come out over the radio just from outside my headphones here.
It's
So
Die a legend on the back of that MX-5. Don't know about that message.
So this is going to be a little bit difficult to explain, but there is can we get the turn 3 and 4 camera, Jordan? Yeah, this corner here. Okay, so to the left of this camera, there is a floodlight that is illuminating basically right to the right of the track, right? But we can, from the booth, you can see the two right-hand side lights of that lighting tower, right? Because they're kind of angled sideways. That means that that tower is also on the track, right? Like it is blocking my view of the track. Those lights are washing out what I can see. In addition to that, I'm facing the Jumbotron, and they've painted the inside of turns 3 and 4. So the reflection of the Jumbotron on the paint is immense, to the point that between that and the lighting pylon that's there, I actually can't see turns 3 and 4. It is completely washed out any view I have of the, particularly turn 3. Really beautiful.
Also really obvious how, so it looks like they haven't done the same thing they do at Daytona, where for road course night races they only run the oval lights at like 25% or something.
Oh, they're max.
Yeah, because you can see the oval is crazy lit up compared to like this. Yeah.
I do wonder if some of that is trying to catch some extra ambient lighting on the Roval. I've also been told that Charlotte will flip the lights on for a quarter here. They're very generous with their lighting.
You mean the Musco lighting system installed in 1992?
System. Was that installed for the Winston by chance, Jordan?
It absolutely was. That was the whole reason, was because that race was kind of struggling and they needed something to prop it up. And like, what if we just put lights here?
Imagine 20 plus years later having to find something to prop it up every year.
Well,
I will say I did quite enjoy my trip to North Wilkesboro last year, so at least we got that.
How does the race in Charlotte struggle? It's where everyone is.
It's America's home for racing, Scott.
Yeah, so I've heard.
There's racing, then there's Roval. Listen. I genuinely hold the opinion that this may be my favorite Roval layout anywhere.
That open throttle car taking the same weird line through that chicane.
Maybe unsighted there at the second apex, just trying to pick out where it actually is. It's well lit, though. There is a Musco lighting system.
There's a
left-hand
Jumbotron
side there.
right next to it.
It's just
We'll see if
washing
you
out of
if
view.
you approach this corner further to driver's left, you can see more of the Jumbotron.
that is a good point, actually.
Maybe if Jordan just plays a plain white screen for a little while, we can see if
every time he comes up to the corner.
we can see if they can spot that apex a little bit better.
The Dawn Motorsports number 95 was briefly back out and now is back in its pit stall again.
I think at some point just beat the traffic.
What traffic?
Yeah, it's like 9:15 in the
Also,
evening.
I
Guys.
hate leaving sporting events early.
Yeah, no, I'm fully joking. Also, it is Charlotte. There is always traffic.
I don't know that it's true. And I think everybody, mostly everybody's just going to be staying in Concord here, where every hotel is less than a mile and a half from the track. You know what else is less than a mile and a half from the track?
Buc-ee's? I don't know.
Sonic.
the dirt track across the street.
Dirt track is across the street. By the way, you know what else is across the street here? The Z-Max Dragway. Have you ever seen this facility?
It's 4 wide.
It's enormous.
Oh, it's the 4 wide one, is it?
It is, but it also has monstrous grandstands. I mean, like Speedway grandstands towering over a 4-wide dragway. Now listen, I attended my first drag racing event last year. I've never been to an NHR race before last September. I went to Maple Grove outside of Reading, Pennsylvania. I was not prepared for professional, like, stadium-style seating at a drag racing event. I don't have that in Reading.
Oh, I see.
This thing was, I just was blown away. I saw it from around the corner as I was going back to my hotel. Like, that's the drag strip? They do that?
Slow moving car going towards turn 3 there.
That is your no, the red and black Porsche. That's the 443.
That
Rockwell.
car's not red and black.
Well, that one looks red.
Sorry,
and blue.
it always looks red and black on the cameras, even though it is
Sure.
orange and blue.
Orange and blue, yeah. Endurance Radio orange.
I would go and watch 4 wide drag racing. I don't think that facility was there when I lived in Charlotte, or near Charlotte.
Have you ever seen drag racing in person?
No.
Yeah, you should do it.
I
It's
know.
wild.
Yeah.
You feel it.
I live in the absolute middle of nowhere, so I'll
You-
have to.
for-
I'll have to figure out where there's a drag strip.
come
somewhere
up
I'm
to
gonna go.
Reading, up at Maple Grove. So it's a good time. Forgive me if I've shared this story before, but the way that Maple Grove is set up, it's in a fairly rural area, so not a lot has been cleared out around it. So you sit in the grandstands particularly if you sit on the left side of the track. It really doesn't matter where you sit, because once you pass the quarter-mile mark, 1,000-foot quarter-mile mark, whatever you want to use, it's trees on either side. And so as soon as the race is over, your funny cars and your top fuels pass the finish line doing 330 miles an hour and then disappear into the trees, and you never see them again. And you have genuinely, because of the race, well, yes, the timing is over, like from a safety perspective and an is everyone okay perspective, it really doesn't settle down until they crest like 150 on the downside. Like, things can still go wrong in a hurry. And so that's it. They leave your view doing 330 and then they're gone forever. And it is like a little bit terrifying to wonder what happens on the other side, because it's just trees. Very cool as an experience, but a little bit scary. Kingpin is in and out again. Wonder if they just installed Tyler.
Oh, yeah, in and out again. Yeah, it's quite recent, wasn't it?
Yeah, so they I think they did a driver change there, put somebody out on sticker tires and let him have at it. Tyler had to call for a ride to get back down to the pit lane, and I wonder if he was not prepared, like ready to go by the time they were ready to do the driver change. And now they said, we'll just bring it in. Pop drivers out, let you have your go on relatively fresh tires. We are going to clear 400 laps here, by the way. Which, other than the 24-hour at either High Plains or Sebring, I think might be our highest lap count in a WRL race. We ever cleared 400 at Daytona?
I was thinking that seems like an awful lot. I'm not sure the 24-hour ever does more than 800. I know 900 is a good number for the iRacing 24-hour, and that's with much faster cars with absolutely no safety car code 35, anything like that. So I would be surprised if you did 400. Well, it's not 12 hours, is it? I guess
it's 14.
It's 14, but even so.
But
when have we ever been and not had a lightning delay?
Exactly, and that was exactly what I was going to say. I think every year we've been there, we've had
rain.
The 21, we had a lightning delay in the afternoon, and then it ran basically to the end. 22.
Either way, if you have any delay, it's good.
Yeah.
So I'd be surprised.
22, I think we had the rain to the end, and then 23 stopped 2.5, 3 hours early and never restarted. We didn't have that experience this year, actually. Jordan, you get any big storms down there in Daytona today?
Believe it or not, I don't think it rained at all today.
Wow.
A complete miracle of modern science. It didn't rain here.
Can you
Miracle of modern
imagine a
science.
miracle of modern science happening in any location on Earth and it being in Daytona Beach?
Yes.
I can't.
We have a Buc-ee's and a Costco. I mean, come on.
And every Riddle Aviation University.
Exactly.
Aeronautical University,
Sorry.
sir.
Same
How
thing.
dare you? How many years do you have to put into a career that you got a degree for to say that you got what your degree was worth out of it? You know?
It's not as good as that.
That's why I'm asking.
You get hired for any job that requires a degree, and you got your degree's worth out of it.
Yeah, but what if you bail?
Bail. What?
Like, what if you bail? Like, you just bail out of the job. And you're like, no, I've had enough. Did you get your value out of the degree then? I don't know.
Depends what you got out of the job. Yeah.
Mm.
I didn't work at Penske for very long, but I still, I would say I got my value out of it.
Mooresville, North Carolina, huh?
Mooresville.
Mooresville. As opposed to Statesville. Oh, we'll tie these two together. At the end of the Pocono NASCAR race in 2018? No, would have been 2019. I was working at the Allentown airport, where all of the charter flights that the NASCAR teams like collectively use to move people to and from the Charlotte area to wherever the race is. They all decided they were going to leave at the same time, but during like a period of pretty widespread thunderstorms around Pennsylvania, Maryland, and West Virginia. Oop, wide there from the 8.9. And they all use basically the same. They all end signs in Victor Alpha, and then just use two numbers. So there's like 8 of them trying to go to the same place at the same time on the same flight plan, and every call sign is almost identical except like 3-6 Victor Alpha, 3-8 Victor Alpha, and it was just absolute chaos. There is an NPO1 stopping at the exit of turn 6, guys.
What color?
I don't know because it's dark.
There's only one running.
I think there's only
There's only one
the
running,
Dawn
Jason.
car has
There's
been out.
2. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Where's the 60 on board? Do we have that? Not working. That's trouble.
Well, it was working about 20 minutes ago.
Update. It's the 95.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to yell over to race control and ask. It is the Dawn car. Well, that was terrifying.
Well, at the same time, they still would win GTU. They just wouldn't win.
They would
overall.
win GTU, yes, but it would be a change for the overall lead with 33 minutes to go. 60 has actually just come up to start finish now.
Yeah, there it goes.
There comes the 99. 89 with a little wiggle coming up out of the front stretch chicane. Chicane that only exists so that NASCARs aren't braking coming across the start-finish line. Looks like the 95 is continuing. It has, and with some vigor, it has to be said. 7:01 is down the pit lane and back into the paddock again.
Doing another lap.
Gap between second and third in GTO has expanded to 25 seconds now.
Nice smoke.
It's a fairly hefty amount of smoke, I would say.
There's the 89X passing the 99. So unlapping itself.
Is it? Yeah, it did.
Yeah, we saw NFC do that a little while ago.
Yeah.
So that whole 25-second gap that's between them, that's the amount of time the GTR 99's lost to the 123 over the last however many laps that was.
A really interesting point, actually. Again, I think that GTR is just...
Yeah, it's thoroughly inconsequential. It's,
So if everything holds here, we're going to get the GP3 leader home in 7th place overall.
Nice.
Not entirely unexpected or, unreasonable. But fairly impressive nonetheless.
The GP2 winner doesn't count because they were beaten by GP3.
Sure. Well, also by every other open throttle. Oh, they're all GP1s, I guess. So that's fair. Good recovery again from Rocksteady
Also,
as well.
they weren't just beaten by the GP3 winner; they were beaten by 21 laps at this point.
Well, it's been a long day in GP2, guys. Listen. The way things I think are going to go for me for cleanup here, I think I'm going to get back to the hotel right about the time Spa gets to sunrise.
Ignore Spa.
Well, I do in the dark. You really can't see anything anyway.
Yeah.
Inside the final half an hour of racing. We've done 23 half hours to this point. Get the 24 half hours of Charlotte. Can we do this? How has nobody done this yet? Even your lemons or something for a 24-hour or a 12-hour continuous. I've had so many good ideas today.
Bruce Innovations in the pits.
That was a Brendan innovation.
Again, I keep forgetting that that's one of the bugged cars. Yeah, Bruce
Yeah.
Innovations was in the pits 4 laps ago.
Breaking news.
Yeah. And it totally doesn't matter. They're 10 laps behind the nearest car and 19 laps ahead of the car behind them.
So the amount of smoke down there at the bus stop is pretty remarkable. And it seems to be a fairly recurrent thing.
It's that yellow MX-5.
But that's exactly it. Every time I see the smoke, I walk my eyes a couple of 100 yards forward until I find the 55 AOA MX-5 and realize,
I don't really get how it hasn't cut a tire down at this point.
It's hard as a rock. Actually, well, I mean, they're all Continental tires now, right? Because it's the general production car.
Yeah, they'll last forever.
They will last forever. Yeah, I think it's a great advertising, actually. The car's been
rub your tire along your bodywork for 2 hours. And
I don't think it's on the body.
Fine.
No, it's not on the bodywork because there is no bodywork.
There's no way he's actually locking up every time.
I don't know about that. There's nothing unless it's the top of the fender. There's really nothing there for it to be rubbing on. Like, the car has no front bumper.
Turn 6 Marshall has decided to go for a walk.
You would.
Turn 7, sorry. Turn 6 is the one before it, right?
It's actually turn 8.
Is it?
Yeah, it says turn 8 in the bottom left there.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting that wrong all day.
7's the one in the background there. You can see it.
Yeah, okay. Counting up the corners, that does make sense. you can't just. Well, I don't know what you're doing there. You're inventing a new track, but while also locking up. Like, can't be locking up every lap.
I don't know. Shot smoke dripping away. It's iconic.
Still got that tailwind on the back straight.
We don't need wind socks. We'll just send the 55 out for a lap and see what it does. The Rockwell car pitted negative 42 laps ago, according to our tower. Intrigued by that one.
That's an odd bug.
What's up?
Well, you say that, but keep in mind they worked on the car during the red flag and got a 50 lap penalty.
Oh, yeah. Good call, JT. Great call.
My favorite part was so did Locklear Motorsports.
Oh, did they really?
Yes, at least in the log.
So they're here. I figured they took off. That's very interesting.
Maybe they have since. I don't know.
Oh, it's
yeah,
that's another MPA1.
Yeah,
146.
we were supposed to have 5.
So the results, I think, will say they're down 50 laps.
Negative 50 laps.
Yes.
Yeah, big fan.
Guys, we beat someone.
True. Actually, basically everybody here did. '55 break substantially earlier this lap.
Yeah. Didn't
Look
lock
at
up
that
this time.
car. Well, it made both apexes pretty easily, so it pointed the front end of the car right at the camera. That is what dreams are made of. Transition. Cube.
Well, good to see that we did breach the 400 lap mark.
Yeah. That was important, obviously. I appreciate that this race was always going to have an amount of attrition. I don't know how many cars we actually have running at the moment. 1, 2, 21, looks like, roughly. So roughly 2/3 of the field is out there still running, but the track really doesn't feel empty. That's just the nature of racing on a 2.25 mile layout, I guess.
Is this the shortest track WRL goes to?
It is. Walk through the calendar in my head very briefly. I think it is. Yeah.
Do we know if what the maximum entry is?
As in what it could handle?
Yeah, what would be sort of for this race?
I don't know exactly how it works. Jordan Peterson schedule like a champ.
Is
Yeah.
it based on the FIA rating or?
No. I think, is it 25 cars to a mile? I think it is. No, that can't be right because Road America caps at 90, right? I don't know. I'd have to look at the rules here. My guess is it's going to be somewhere around 45 or 50. No, that can't be right either because Barber's 2.3 miles and we run 60 cars there. So the number is substantially higher, actually. Yeah, Barber is the next shortest.
Really?
You go to Road Atlanta next. Very excited. Other than the heat, again.
Barber shorter than Road Atlanta?
Yeah, Road Atlantis 2.54.
All right.
And Barber's 2.3, right? Yeah, 2.38 actually. You know what series would have been awesome at Barber? We just never got to see it. A1GP. Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
I don't think it's a bad IndyCar track. I think it makes a better motorcycle track than a car racing track, obviously. But man, A1GP could race just about anywhere and make it equal parts exciting and absolute mess.
Did A1GP do anything in America?
Laguna Seca in the snow one year. Where else? They ran somewhere else too, didn't they? I know they did Fundadora Park in Monterrey, Mexico, a couple of times. They did Hermanos Rodriguez as well. Where else did they go? Do you remember anywhere else in America they would have gone, JT? Or are you not into A1GP?
I didn't follow it too closely. I just know that they did race at Laguna Seca.
Marco Andretti and Charlie Kimball for Team USA.
Yeah, it looks like they only went to America in their first season, and that was Laguna.
If they came over here, they were just at in Mexico. What a great series! Spent itself into oblivion, of course, but man, was it fun! I have so many hours spent sitting in front of a computer at 1:30 in the morning watching the sprint race from, I don't know, like the Beijing street circuit or Taupo or something.
Really?
Oh yeah,
I wasn't.
you would.
I watched it, but I wasn't that into it.
Oh no, I was that into it. Back in the days of message boards, remember those? It was kind of like a community watch. You know?
Danny Watts won a race, right?
Oh, did he?
Pretty sure. Definitely was on pole.
Is he involved in motor racing at all anymore?
Not. I don't know for sure. I think he does coaching.
Oh, okay.
Nothing beyond that. He might not even do that anymore.
I had nothing listed since 2009. He had.
Oh, he's definitely retired from racing.
Sorry, 2016. Yeah.
Yeah, he retired from racing.
Yeah.
He does anything as coaching, but
the A1GP results listed for him. He got a podium in China in 2008, 2009.
Yeah. Was he on pole for that race?
I don't know. What's it? A1GP or A1 Grand Prix of Nations China sprint race qualifying. He was on pole for the feature race.
Okay, yeah, I remembered that.
This is at Chengdu.
Oh, really? For some reason, I thought it was Zhuhai.
No, this was post Zhuhai. This was in a post Zhuhai world. When this is the first year of the Ferraris, apparently.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I think it might have been the first race.
Chengdu.
Might have been the first race of the Ferrari.
Oh, it might have been. That's a good point. A1GP was an interesting series, even if one of the tracks they raced on was the worst ever, referring to the street circuit they ran in Beijing. See? The one I was talking about. Formula E could have handled that track better than A1GP. That's probably true, but man, how cool were the Lola's iTechs? And Durban, for my money, was one of the finest street circuits ever run on. I love that place. Bring it back. Thanks, Flash of the Blades, for being along for the ride today. Jordan, do you know there was a documentary about the 1992 All-Star race and the Musco lighting system?
Yes, one hot night.
I was
One
going to
hot
say,
night, yeah.
Jordan, I was going to say, I know that Flash of the Blades hasn't been around all day because Jordan mentioned one hot night earlier on in the broadcast.
Yes.
Well, track limits for the 333 along the back straight. Not really even remotely close.
You know what helps these drivers see those track limits here in the backstretch?
Is it the
Musco lighting installed in 1992.
I'm trusting that the viewer can hear what Jordan's saying.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, great, fantastic. Didn't Musco also do the lighting system for the
Daytona International Speedway installed in 1998.
Bet it
Oh,
did.
the lockup. What are you doing?
Look at the lean on that car. Right hand.
Look at the smoke. I love it.
333 apparently just got 2 chicanes in a row, so the second one they've been given a warning for.
I think Musco also did the system for the Burke Lakefront race that Champ Car did at night for some reason.
Which
That
track
was
is
a
that?
thing. That was the
Like-
airport
Where?
in Cleveland. Sorry.
Oh, the Cleveland one.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought that's what that was. Yeah, I rarely hear it referred to as Burke Lakefront.
I don't know why you would do that,
That,
but they
that,
did it.
that track was just incredible no matter when you ran the race. There's no need to do that at night, but cool.
You big fan of Burke Lakefront?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That was my favorite road course in '93.
Sure. Yeah. Have you run it in Automobilista too?
I haven't bought an Automobilista game.
Oh, well, Steam sale's on now. Get after it.
I haven't had enough time to get on my race.
Fair. It is fun offline. Yeah, it's not bad, and the cars they've improved a lot.
I'd love to do an online race at that track. That'd be funny.
We throw it on the list for our terrible idea endurance series.
Yeah. The 24 half hours of Burke Lakefront Airport.
Powered by Bottoms. Bridgestones presents the Powered by Ford.
Kenda presents.
Oh man, this idea's got legs. Basically walking around on its own now. $23 seconds is your margin from NFC back to 89X. JT, you sound concerned?
Yeah, reports that 444 might be stopped on NASCAR 4.
It is moving again, but not
Okay.
quickly.
That's
Now
good.
it's picking up speed.
So we get some smoke into turn 1.
It does not pit.
Hell yeah.
This is a lick the stamp and send it moment. Every time the 55 goes into the backstretch chicane.
Well, the turn 1 smoke was somebody else.
Don't see anybody obvious there.
Yeah.
$13 minutes remaining.
21.3 seconds between second and third in GCO.
Yeah, it slows down almost 2 seconds last lap.
Keeping an eye on it.
Monitoring.
Not expecting much, but it is still a little bit in the balance.
The 55 is now smoking in a straight line, like under power down the back straightaway.
It doesn't matter. They're so close. They're within 2 laps of getting on the podium. They got this.
Yeah, there's definitely some sort of rub.
What an
Some-
automobile.
yeah, look at that. I love that.
Look at
That
that.
both
What a unit.
sides.
An absolute unit.
Absolute unit.
I promise you, dear viewer, we're not making fun of the 55. I think it's remarkable it's made it to this point in the race, given the condition that car must have been in along the turn 2 exit wall.
3 fast guys and Denny just set their fastest lap of the race
I mean, you would.
with a 150 lap lead. Oh no, sorry, I missed you.
66.
66 lap lead.
Good 2.5 hour lead.
But they've made it into the 39s.
I just don't understand how the 55 would be spent. There's just nothing to rub.
I feel like it might be the rears.
Maybe.
Or maybe
And it's
rubbing
really
from-
only at speed.
Or it's rubbing from the side.
And under load, I guess, on the banking.
Yeah.
701 is at the attention of its crew, as is the number 11, and my suspicion here is that those cars will probably just be sent to do the formality finish.
Another fastest lap from 3 fast guys and Denny.
55 has a meatball flag.
Oh
No.
They've stolen joy from us.
Well,
It's
we
like,
get-
oh, now smoke's becoming a problem.
There's only
Got it.
11
There it
minutes
is.
left.
One
You would-
last time.
Look,
Could you,
it's not smoking.
could you ignore it for 11 minutes and not get DQ'd? Will that car even classify? We should
I have no
figure
idea.
that out. 55, 209 to 3. Yeah, absolutely it will. Oh no. Here's the thing: it's not dropping anything as far as we can tell, right? Have they, as corner?
I imagine there's concern of a blowout.
That's a fair point.
Is that them in the pits?
It is. Yeah.
No, there's not going to be a blowout. Those Continentals will go forever.
That's the see.
And
That's
it's not
the
going.
thing.
It's not going fast enough for a blowout to be dangerous.
It's a yellow car. I mean, at that point, you're just filming ads for kind of right into the paddock. So disappointed. The half of that car that's remaining is pulling right into the paddock.
I'm dejected.
It's really disappointing. But think of all the joy it brought us in the meantime.
So
Don't be
close to the
sad.
finish. So
Yeah.
close.
Get it back out there, AOA. You can do
Don't
it.
cry that it's over. Smile because it happened.
Didn't make a cough from the smoke.
It's been a day here, ladies and gentlemen, at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Another fast lap of 3 fast guys and Denny.
They're in the 38s. Where's this been? Could have had top 6.
And that drink tube is still just flapping in the breeze
Bonk.
in there. Here comes a right turn where it's just gonna.
It's motivation.
And there it is every time.
How far can I get that over to the side? If I could take this corner just a little bit quicker, this tube might go all the way to the left.
Got those the driver camera and the onboard, or the front-facing camera, a little bit better synced now. There for a while, the driver camera was a good half second ahead of what we were seeing out the windshield.
I think this one's a good few hours behind.
There's daylight there. It can't be good.
He is still focused.
I think our whatever potential battle we had for second in GTO is basically fizzled out at this point. 20.1 seconds, which after 12 hours, to be clear, is still a pretty impressive margin.
Did the 89X get any penalties today?
I don't think so.
Alright, so it's,
Yes, they got 1 lap.
okay. But NSC's
Yeah.
made up a lap on them to get that 20 seconds.
Track limits penalty? Oh no, it was pit lane fueling traction.
Yeah, because previously they had a penalty for 5 tires overall.
Just think about. To me, I know obviously the 123 has had a couple issues actually a little bit later on, but to me that speaks volumes of the type of day 89X has had. Right? Yeah, okay, you ran first for a long time, and relative to that, maybe third place is a disappointment. But arguably, the 99 and the 123 are two of the top 3 strongest cars in GTO at any single event. And to be going toe-to-toe with them over the course of a 12-hour race, never mind your pace early, I think is really encouraging for what your program is and where it's at. I mean, there were flashes of promise with the old Camaro, I think. I had been told that was essentially a track day car that was kind of moonlighting as a race car, and it never really got to the level of reliability and consistent pace that we had all kind of hoped for, because it was unique and fun. But I think that Aston Martin has provided them with a little bit more confidence and loads more reliability to where they can really start to string some of these races together and take the fight to, your Mercedes and your Supras. And we know the Aston Martin has promise, right? The 888 TLM Mona entry won out at Road America, and I think had a win at Barber as well. Pace in the car and the platform is absolutely there. That car may actually be carrying some success modifiers as well, which is something we haven't really talked about over the course of today. But I think I'm right in saying that Aston Martin has picked up maybe 0.2. Turn this around at Chattanooga Torn. We'll do an interview at the end. Karen Barfield correctly points out that Open Throttle's got all 3 cars inside the top 10 overall. I think we're getting these Chattanooga Tornwagen texts all at once. Just kidding. We were killing it until we weren't. Yeah, I mean...
No, they were dominating in GP2 for so long.
Yeah, Rapscallion, the 469, which I think has stopped down on track at least once.
Yep.
Today. It's going to come home second there in GP2. No, sorry, Liberty's going to come home second in GP2, won't they?
Correct. The Chev Stang will get second.
Yeah. Yeah, my mistake. Kingpin slips a little bit for that car is just stationary in the pits, man. Like I said, I think the 701 and the 11 are likely, if they're going to come back out and take the checkered, it's going to be the formality lap.
Come on, 55.
So with now under 4 minutes remaining in the 24 half hours of Charlotte, the World Racing League, it's been a fine 12-hour enduro. I think, and in fact, I know that there were concerns over what this race could hold. That we were really hoping for a certain number on the entry list that was going to make this race kind of shine as a first go at running the World Racing League at the Charlotte Roval. And it's not just it's better than nothing, because obviously we missed out on our date up at the Daytona International Speedway at the beginning of June. But in fact, I think it's actually served as a really fine event in its own right. To the point that I believe personally, as somebody who just attends WRL events and likes to talk about them, that there's a good foundation to build on here. And I hope that what teams, drivers, etc., who have opted out of this event have seen is that this is actually a pretty fine place to go endurance racing. Yes, the walls are close. Yes, there's a fair amount that can catch you off guard here, and it's really busy, and in the summer it's really hot. But I think it's been a fine day of racing that's represented WRL and potential it has really well, even if we only started the race with 31, 32 cars. It really hasn't felt like we've been lacking for entries, certainly out on track. Kingpin is sent. 66 is in as well. Reminder, if you've made it this far, that you can find us again in a month's time on DriversEye Live from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where we'll kick off the second half of the World Racing League season. Get into something of a little bit better cadence from here to the end. Road Atlanta will kick off. I think I'm right in saying this is going to be another 8 and 7. We'll need to wait till the subs come out, but it's a little bit of a goofy one because of the 2 quiet hours on Sunday. So we'll wait to see exactly how that schedule looks. But anyway, it'll all be live on DriversEye Live, start to finish, both days, at one of the finest motor circuits in all the land. Then at the High Plains to kick off September, Watkins Glen October, Sebring and Coda to round the season out. Really, really excited for what the second half of 2024 is going to hold. Watkins Glen, I think, is going to be absolutely spectacular. The white flag waves over the number 60, who heads off into road course turn number 3 for the final time, the 417th time, as a matter of fact. And Stratus number 60 will go ahead.
The 55 cross timing line.
Yeah.
It's back. Do we get one more? I hope we get one more.
It's going to take the flag.
Very good.
You the Don Norris music.
Our battle for second in GTO is going to come down to something like 25 seconds in the end. There is the 123 working its way through the final chicane to take the white flag this time by.
You say that, but the 89X has gone salmon.
Oh, it's in the pits. It couldn't make it home.
Really? Seems like it should have been able to.
You would have thought so. Maybe they're installing it
last
I
time.
don't know.
Is this it? Oh, no.
The Stratus number 60 is through the banking at oval turns 3 and 4. It appears to the right side of your screen, and with zeros on the clock, heads into the front straightaway chicane for the 417th time underneath the checkered flag at start finish. Stratus Racing number 60 wins GTU, wins overall, a commanding victory in class and 9 laps in hand over your GTO race winner, who will be the GTR number 99 Toyota Supra. We look to our left here in the commentary booth, and there is that blue Supra. Flash of the lights as they exit the final chicane, and a victory in GTO for that blue number 99. NFC Motorsports is going to come home just over 2 laps in arrears. Well, it will be 2 laps in arrears. For the Mercedes-AMG GT4, and rounding out the GTO podium, the 89X Motorsports Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Again, just such a promising day with a podium result to show for it as well for that 89. Really good day for all involved there with 89X. Oh, there's smoke. No, that's not the. It's not the MX-5. I think Open Throttle is going to come home in formation here.
Well, they've been running around like that for a while, so that car looks like it almost ran into the back of his teammate. That's what the smoke was about.
Can you imagine doing a formation finish and clearing out your teammate in the final corners?
Unimaginable.
Could you imagine, Scott?
Here we go. They're taking the chicane.
This is the Open Throttle trio. Oh, it got really close there for a second.
Oh,
what are these lines?
3 wide across the line.
All right, let's coordinate that a bit better next time, guys.
Yeah, don't even take the chicane next time. Just
could you imagine?
We'll just go around really slowly. I don't know why the one in the lead needed to take the racing line there.
I think all cars have seen the checker, dear viewer. Oh, nope, one more. No, I'm wrong again. 60 has made it into the pit lane. Did 701 cross the line being pushed? I don't think it did. Oh, I see what you're saying about the 55, JD. It crossed the stripe in the pit lane.
yeah, and I don't think they let it go back out.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh,
Frantic screams of "Stop that car!" Yeah. Well, It's been a full day of racing here from Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we have been through a lot. Peak temperatures at 95 degrees with very little shade to go with it. Heat index of 106. Some lean hours of racing, some really, really good hours of racing. But in the end, I think it's been a really fine event. Debut event for the World Racing League here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'm told that the Musco lighting system that was built in 1992 in advance of the Winston All-Star event may not be on for long here. So let's wrap things up very quickly with a word if you want it. Otherwise, we'll get headed home here.
It was great. I enjoyed it. I'm so glad we got to come to the Roval. This is an event I was looking forward to, and it was just so cool to see this happen. Drivers played pretty well out there. It was a standard endurance race. You had reliability just as much of the challenge as your other competitors. Well done to everybody who put this on, especially the corner workers out there dealing with this heat. Everybody up and down pit road, officiating. It was just so well done.
Scott?
Well said by JT. I think this event, if this logistically makes sense, then this was a good, almost felt like a pilot race. As in one where we're proof of concept type of deal. Clearly, this track can race as well as any other on the WRL calendar. If it was a decent race as it was, but if we could get another 10 or 15 GTO heavy entries, I think we'd end up with a really great venue for WRL for many years to come. I personally think there needs to be another solution for track limits at the chicanes. I don't see an issue with putting the standard curbs in that they usually have, but that's just me. I know there are pros and cons either way, but I think that could have got out of hand if the race was closer and if there were more cars on the track. But as it was, great race. No reason why we shouldn't keep coming here, at least from our side of things. Cool track to be at. Good day.
The Professor, Jordan Worth. Anything
I just
to
hope
add?
everybody had fun.
We
That's
all
what it's
did.
all about.
You have fun?
I had fun. I hope everybody else did too.
Yeah. I think we all thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. I certainly did. It's been a fine weekend here. As Scott mentioned, if you look at it as something of a pilot, I think there's a lot to build on here. And I hope that those who came and supported the World Racing League in this race weekend are rewarded in some way because, it was. I know there were concerns, but 32 squads kind of stuck their necks out and said, no, we're going to go be a part of this. And I'm hopeful that if we do get the opportunity to do this next year, like Scott said, another 10 to 15 cars, I think, would go a long way into making this a staple on the WRL calendar moving forward. We'll see what the future holds, but in the meantime, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a great track. It's been a great venue, and it's been, from my side and DriversEye Live side, phenomenal place to cover some racing. Thanks to all of you who were with us as viewers throughout the day. Anybody who came up for interviews, we had a handful of them as well. All of the WRL support staff for dinner as well here up in the booth, and a really great place and a great venue to watch some racing. For JT Tammy, for Scott Michaels, for Professor Jordan Worth on production, I am Brendan Kazmarek. We'll be live with you in 4 weeks' time from Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, for the 6th race of the 2024 World Racing League calendar. That'll be our next race on DriversEye Live, full stop as well. Until we get that chance to do this all again, take care.